Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Dravet syndrome. I'm here with my co-host, Dr. Veronica Hood from the Dravet Syndrome Foundation, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it's my pleasure to introduce Veronica, who is the Foundation's Scientific Director, and provide some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, James. I really want to welcome everyone here today to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting organized by the Dravet Syndrome Foundation, or DSF. Dravet syndrome is a severe developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, and while intractable seizures are a hallmark, the symptoms and impacts of this rare disease reverberate through nearly every aspect of patients and their families' lives. In today's meeting, we will hear directly from families about life with Dravet syndrome and the many unmet needs for new and better treatments. A Voice of the Patient report will be developed from the meeting today and will be shared with the FDA to be used as a reference when making future decisions about potential treatments for Dravet syndrome. I'd like to first begin today's meeting by thanking our meeting sponsors, Encoded Therapeutics, Stoke Therapeutics, Zogenix, ASI, Biocodex, Jazz Pharmaceuticals, and Takeda for their support of this meeting and the Dravet syndrome community. We would also like to thank our international partnering advocacy organizations, exemplifying that the impacts of Dravet syndrome are felt around the world and that the patient community is united in their advocacy efforts for improved therapies. Welcome to all the various stakeholders joining our audience today. Most importantly, welcome to the caregivers and patient families in attendance, because today you are the true experts. Thank you for sharing your stories, which we acknowledge are often fraught with complex and difficult emotions. Thank you for speaking up on behalf of those you love who may be unable to voice their own needs. We recognize the courage it takes to share many of these details, and we respect the importance of your input. We would also like to thank the FDA for your participation in these meetings and for continuing to consider the patient voice as you make regulatory decisions. Dravet syndrome was first described clinically in the late 1970s, and in 2001, mutations in the SCN1A gene were found to be the most common genetic cause. But despite this major advancement, families were frustrated when nearly a decade later, research progress was still slow and treatments were limited. In 2009, these families formed the Gervais Syndrome Foundation with a primary mission to fund and advance research efforts. Since its inception, DSF has funded over $5.6 million to research, and in tandem, funding for projects related to Dravet syndrome from the National Institutes of Health have increased substantially, which is also reflective of the growing number of expert researchers in the field. These scientific advancements that have come from this have led to the development of multiple animal models of Dravet syndrome, which has allowed scientists to further uncover disease mechanisms as well as potential treatment approaches. Clinical studies have helped to shed light on the prevalence of Dravet syndrome, the spectrum of disease symptoms, as well as led to a consensus on treatment approaches. Genetic testing and increased awareness of Dravet syndrome in the clinic have led to accurate diagnoses at earlier ages, which has spurred earlier access to appropriate therapies and avoidance of contraindicated treatments. Industry has also stepped up and worked with the FDA to bring 3 anti-seizure medications through clinical trials to receive approval specifically for the treatment of Dravet syndrome. DSF has worked through all of this as a hub, bringing together these various stakeholders, funding research, and ensuring that patient caregiver population is included in the conversation, as well as educated about research and ready for clinical trial engagement. And while DSF has worked hard, progress has only happened because of the immense collaborations between patients, partnering advocacy organizations, academic researchers, clinicians, industry and pharma, government funding agencies, and regulators. DSF is proud and appreciative of the significant progress that has occurred in our understanding and treatment of Dravet syndrome, but we also recognize there's a critical need for new therapeutics. The goal of today's meeting is to help those in the process of therapeutic development and particularly the regulatory decision makers at the FDA, to understand these unmet needs as communicated directly from families who live with Dravet syndrome every day. This morning, we will first hear a statement from the FDA on the value of patient-focused drug development, followed by a brief overview of Gervais syndrome from an expert clinician. The remainder of the meeting will be divided into 2 sessions. First, we'll hear testimony and discuss the symptoms and daily impacts of Gervais syndrome. And then later this afternoon, we'll shift to focus on current and future treatments for Gervais syndrome. The statements and stories today will be powerful and emotional, and we once again thank families for their openness and sharing, and we encourage those in attendance to continue to offer their input throughout the meeting. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Michelle Campbell, the Senior Clinical Analyst for Stakeholder Engagement in the Office of Neuroscience within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, which is the office that reviews new drugs for Gervais syndrome. She will be offering some remarks on behalf of the FDA. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Veronica and James. Good morning. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I lead stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. First, I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. Thank you for all being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the Dravet Syndrome Foundation and all of the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders participating online as well. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product drug development, we are just one part of this process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those who also play an important role. Additionally, we have colleagues from various offices and centers from the FDA attending as well. We share the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for Dravet syndrome. Know when we say medical product development, we mean this in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies and devices that can help patients manage their condition. We are here to learn from you and your experiences with Dravet syndrome. 8 years ago, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program. As part of this program, we began having patient-focused drug development meetings, also known as PFDD meetings. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about patient experiences with their disease or disorder. Since this program began, we've held roughly 30 PFDD meetings. What we have learned from these meetings is that patients are their experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorder, that patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies and provide an understanding of the burden of disease and current available treatments. Another outcome from the PFDD meetings that we held was the growth of the patient-focused drug development meetings being held outside of FDA, meetings like the one we're having today. As I said earlier, this is why we're here today, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of Dravet syndrome. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs its risk. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefit and risk of therapies and devices for Dravet syndrome. While we've had recent approvals for the treatment of seizures in Dravet syndrome, it is always important for us to continue to learn from patients and caregivers even when we have approved therapies. Our commitment to better understanding rare disease drug development's unmet needs and finding opportunities to accelerate rare disease drug development where appropriate is critical to all of our rare disease families, including Dravet syndrome. One area I would like to highlight is our funding of the Rare Disease Cures Data and Analytics Platform. This is an effort that happens outside of a specific drug development program and allows for the sharing and leveraging of data where advanced computer analytics can help inform rare disease drug development. This opportunity to share from various sources will only assist all in learning about various rare diseases, including Dravet syndrome and the other rare epilepsies and developmental encephalopathies. We learn so much from these meetings. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today in the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients and caregivers view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for Gervais syndrome. We thank you for your participation, particularly during these continuing unusual times. We're grateful to each one of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. And I thank you. I now turn it back to Veronica and James.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Next, we'll hear an overview of Dravet syndrome from Dr. Joseph Sullivan, who is an associate professor of neurology and pediatrics and the director of the University of California, San Francisco Pediatric Epilepsy Center. Dr. Sullivan is an expert in the treatment and study of Dravet syndrome and sits on the DSF Medical Advisory Board and Board of Directors. Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you very much for that introduction. In this next 10 to 15 minutes, I will now give a high-level overview of Dravet syndrome. Here is the outline of what I hope to cover. I first will go over a basic overview of the disease and its manifestations. I will then talk about the genetics, the typical diagnostic pathway, briefly touch on the epidemiology as it's understood here in the United States. We'll then go over the currently available treatments, and segueing into some of the pipeline therapies that are currently either in development or in plan to be developed, and then end with some of the challenges that we have for these novel therapies that are being looked at in Dravet syndrome. First, I want to concentrate on the core phenotype. Again, this is a clinical diagnosis that most often presents with a convulsion prior to 1 year of age, and usually it's much earlier than that, usually between 5 and 8 months. These seizures are often prolonged, and there can be various definitions about what constitutes prolonged, but often this means at least longer than 10 minutes. These children are also previously normally developed, and then after that first-time seizure in the ensuing months, other febrile and afebrile seizures occur. And there's been a long-standing observation that many of these seizures tend to occur in association with vaccines. And while that is something that is observed, it actually has been well studied and documented that while vaccines can provoke a seizure, that when you look at patients who've actually had seizures in proximate temporal correlation with their vaccines compared to not temporally correlated, that their outcomes are very similar. I'll then show you in the next couple of slides that various additional seizure types occur over the next few years, and this is very important in my opinion to understand the evolution of the syndrome so that we can treat it most appropriately. This is a busy slide, but this is a project that I was collaborated on and is a literature-based review of the different seizure types that occur in these patients over their lifespan. You can see here to the left of the graph, there's a dramatic peak in the occurrence of tonic-clonic and prolonged seizures, as illustrated in the dotted purple line and the solid sort of light blue line. And then the episodes of status epilepticus also that are highly, highly prevalent. That incidence of status epilepticus then slowly reduces over time, though it does never go away. And then these other seizure types, as I just mentioned, start to occur. So absence seizures, myoclonic seizures, as well as the different timing of when seizures occur, with increasing incidence of seizures occurring in sleep as these children get into their teenage and adult years. Then at the bottom of this figure, we can see the unfortunate mortality that is often related to SUDEP, though not always. And this also remains highly prevalent throughout the disease course. This is a syndrome, however, and so it is more than just seizures. And this same project that I participated in, we tried to look at when some of these non-seizure related comorbidities emerge and become more common throughout the lifespan. And you can see, again, towards the left of the graph, in that first year of life, the majority of these kids are normal and do not experience developmental delays. But then very quickly, you see this really sharp rise in the dotted purple line, showing that the developmental delays do emerge in almost all patients by the age of 4 or 5 years of age, do exhibit some degree of developmental disability. We try to break that down even further to look at what constitutes the background of these developmental disabilities, and that's broken down into some of the nonverbal disabilities that we see here in the purple, just learning disabilities in the yellow, as well as autistic spectrum traits, ADHD traits shown in the yellow lines. And so how are these patients doing with regard to those seizures? I showed all the different seizure types that can occur throughout the lifespan. This was actually a survey that was conducted in Europe where they had almost 600 unique responses. Most of these were pediatric responses, as you can see here in the figure A, showing preschool, infant, adolescent, and middle childhood. And then in figure B here, we can see the different types of seizures that are present in each of these patients across the age spectrum. And the same thing that was shown in the non-seizure related comorbidities down here in panel D, the overwhelming majority of these patients do exhibit non-seizure related issues, and in particular motor impairment, speech impairment, learning difficulties, autism, and other behavioral disturbances. We have that one sort of line that was on that one graph that actually showed the mortality. And there have been a couple of studies that have looked at this specifically in Dravet syndrome patients. This is the largest study that was actually done, looking at 623 Dravet syndrome patients, and data was available on 59 of those deaths. And as you can see, about half of those patients that died was due to sudden unexpected death in epilepsy patients, or SUDEP, with about a third occurring as a result of an acute encephalopathy in the setting of status epilepticus, and then about 10% due to drownings. So now moving quickly into the genetics, this has been really an amazing story about how a clinical diagnosis and recognizing that core phenotype then allowed the genetic etiology to be discovered. And this goes back now 20 years, where mutations in the sodium channel gene were linked to what was then called severe myoclonic epilepsy of infancy, which we now know is as Dravet syndrome. And this SCN1A gene codes for the NAV 1.1 channel, and pathogenic variants essentially lead to a loss of function and therefore a resultant haploinsufficiency. In modern day genetics, 85 to 90% of patients with that core phenotype will have a pathogenic variant in the SCN1A gene. And at the time that I did this literature search, over 1,700 variants have been reported, with still not really great phenotype-genotype correlations. And so we really look at this as being a clinical diagnosis with a strong genetic background and etiology. But so far, these specific genotypes do not weigh in heavily in terms of how we clinically approach these patients. And then just really quickly, this is just a figure to show that there are two main groups of mutations that are seen in patients with Dravet syndrome. About half of them are truncating mutations, and the other half are mostly missense mutations. As you can see here in the panel to the left, those mutations tend to occur most commonly in the voltage sensitive regions or in the pore forming regions, but really have been described in almost every location across the gene. And when we try to look at just differences, again, in terms of age of presentation versus truncating versus missense, there are some trends that suggest that maybe the truncating mutations present a little bit earlier, but when you really look at the cohorts longer term, they really aren't any strong differentiators between the different mutation types. So the diagnostic journey, this has actually been a journey for my own career, going back to when, Dravet syndrome was very commonly underdiagnosed or not diagnosed at all. And this table comes from that same survey that was done in Europe from those almost 600 patients to look at what was the delay in diagnosis, or I should say the time to diagnosis after their first seizure, depending on how old that patient is today. And so I'll just highlight kind of the corners of this table. First, highlighting those that are currently adults, almost all. So greater than 80% of the patients had a more than 4-year time gap between when they had their first seizure and when a Dravet diagnosis was made, as opposed to those that are now infants or in preschool. We can see that we're doing a lot better, right? We're getting about half of those patients are being diagnosed between 6 and 12 months. So a lot better, but still certainly room for improvement there. And then this table 3 here is taken from another paper by Hattori back in 2008 that really just tried to look at a clinical predictive score, looking at some very basic variables as to when one should suspect a Dravet diagnosis and consider testing for the SCN1A variants. And you can see here, it's very simple. Onset of seizures less than 7 months, more than 5 seizures before their first birthday, any hemiconvulsion, so a seizure that affects just one side of the body. Very quickly, you have a score there of 8. And if you basically have a score of more than 6 or higher, the positive predictive value of having a pathogenic variant in the SCN1A gene is greater than 95%. And so the diagnostic journey that we, my colleagues, really feel strongly about is that if you have a child who has seizure onset less than 18 months of age and no other known cause, that have some of these features that are consistent with a Dravet phenotype, that one really should strongly consider gene testing. And now that's most commonly done with epilepsy gene panels so that we can actually look for variants in the SCN1A gene. But to keep in mind that even in 2022, there may be about 10% of patients that still fit that clinical phenotype, but yet do not have any known variants in the SCN1A gene. But if it fits that phenotype, they should still be given a Dravet diagnosis and be treated accordingly. A quick slide here on the epidemiology. Dravet syndrome is rare, but not that rare. This was a study that I was able to participate in, looking at a Kaiser database of live births over a 5-year period of time. And we looked at all of the charts of patients who actually had an epilepsy diagnosis, who continued to have seizures and were continued to be on an anti-seizure medication, and then went back and looked at those charts to understand how that patient was evolving over time to see if they actually had a clinical phenotype consistent with Dravet syndrome. And we arrived at this number of 1 in 15,700 births, which equates to about 225 cases annually. Even in that cohort, there was a similar mortality that was reported. And if you just really try to multiply this out with that 10% mortality to arrive at a prevalence, the broad estimates is that they're between 8 and 11,000 patients with Dravet syndrome in the US. Now, all those may not be diagnosed because, as I showed on that previous slide, adults, because the phenotype changes a little bit, and if you don't have access to the early childhood history, these patients may be sitting in very well-meaning academic adult epilepsy clinics, but the diagnosis is not suspected because we don't necessarily have all of that early childhood history. This is one slide on the current treatment options, and there are two panels highlighted here. One is the North American panel that I was lucky to be part of back in 2017, and then there was a European panel in 2020. And you can see that there's some subtle differences here, mainly because we've been lucky to have some new treatments become available to us. So it's very well accepted that these patients, when they come in and are diagnosed back in 2017, when we didn't have some of these newer medications, that we use broad spectrum medications such as valproic acid and clobazam. We then move on to stiripentol topiramate or the ketogenic diet. And then the third line really is a whole laundry list of broad spectrum medications that may be indicated based on the salient seizure types. The 2020 consensus panel in Europe was also very similar. At that time, cannabidiol had received approval, so it was pretty well agreed that cannabidiol should be considered second line. And the data already had existed for fenfluramine, although that had not been approved yet. So that's why that's there in sort of light gray, to suggest that that also would be strongly considered pending the approval, which we now have. And I will say that we, the North American panel, is now in the process of redoing our consensus treatment options based on the availability of these new compounds. It's a very exciting time for our patients, in the sense that there's a lot of attention being focused on alternative mechanisms of action for some of the anti-seizure medications. But more importantly, to go back to those two graphs I showed you in the beginning, it's not just about seizures. There are all the other non-seizure related comorbidities that, while improved seizure control may help improve those, what we really need are some disease modifying therapies. And the two that I bold here are two different gene therapy approaches. One is the STK-001 antisense oligonucleotide, which is currently enrolling in clinical trials. And the second is the ETX-101, which is an adeno-associated vector that would actually insert a specific transcription factor to promote the upregulation of the SCN1A transcript, and then hopefully solve the issue of haploinsufficiency. So beyond those two potential disease-modifying therapies, there are a whole host of other novel MOAs that I have listed here: soticlestat, lorcaserin, clemizole, and LP352. You can see a theme here that's the serotonin pathway is something that's been very attractive for these patients. And I'm really excited to see what these therapies may bring into our clinics. And so the challenges for some of these novel therapies, again, hopefully I'm not going to keep repeating myself, but this is a syndrome that is more than just seizures. And many of these non-seizure related comorbidities are a more significant contributor to the overall health related quality of life. So I feel like it's our obligation to start addressing some of these non-seizure related comorbidities. And right now, even these newer treatments that we have that are leading to improved reduction in seizures, they still are simply that. And I don't mean to minimize simply that, but they do control seizures. And we know that when kids are having, and adults are having less seizures and less time recovering from seizures, that some of these other non-seizure related comorbidities are improved. But we still have a long way to go. And I think one of the challenges for some of these disease-modifying therapies is we know that even normal development takes time to show itself. And so if these therapies are poised to actually go in and fix the underlying haploinsufficiency, these changes may actually take time to manifest themselves. It doesn't mean that we need to show that they improve in a 12 to 14 week seizure trial. Rather, we need to follow these patients longer term, and that creates and presents some obstacles, I think, to showing the true power of some of these therapies. And as much as I think that we are in a much better place now in 2022 in terms of an early diagnosis, there still are delays. And I think if we are going to set any of these therapies up for success, our general consensus feeling is that the earlier we intervene, the better. So in summary, I hope I have shown you that it was clinical observations in the clinic that led to this clinical syndrome that was then allowed to discover the background genetic etiology. And now, understanding this genetic etiology, we are able to develop more precision medicine-based approaches that can hopefully get at the background underlying cause. And the end result there that we all hope for is that not only will this improve upon seizure control, but will also improve upon these very important non-seizure related comorbidities. And with that, I will turn it back over to the studio. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. So now I'd like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine, who we've gotten to know over the last several months as he's helped us plan this meeting. James has worked the last 14 years as a champion for the patient voice, And James previously worked for the FDA, where he was a patient liaison and he helped to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review. And while he was there at the FDA, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure that their voice is heard by decision makers. And relevant to today's meeting, James has been involved in helping plan and moderate 3/4 of the over 50 PFDD meetings. So I think we're in really good hands with James today.
Well, thank you, Veronica. It's a pleasure to be here. Now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, the caregivers of individuals living with Dravet syndrome. As we heard, patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Michelle Campbell, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of Dravet to inform drug development and review. We heard that FDA has held many of its own PFDDs, and today marks the 55th externally led patient-focused drug development meeting. With over 7,000 known rare conditions, this is truly a unique and important opportunity for this community. So today's meeting was designed to be interactive. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. So first, in the morning session, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with Dravet and its impacts on your daily lives. Then in our second session in the afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to explore various approaches to treatment, including experiences in clinical trials. We'll also be asking you for your preferences for future treatments. So how will those discussions, what will those discussions look like? Well, we're going to be using a few different ways to get your input. The first thing is we'll kick off each of our two discussions by hearing from a panel of caregivers of individuals living with Dravet. These are individuals who were selected to help represent a range of experiences of the Dravet community. Although we know that a single panel can't reflect the full range of experiences, we do hope that they'll help set a good foundation for the discussion. And that's why it is so important that we then have the second part of how we'll be hearing from you, which is through a facilitated audience discussion. This is for all of you, all caregivers who are tuned in today. This is going to build on what we've heard from the panel. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to provide a comment. This can be done in two ways. Primarily, we'll be asking you to dial in by phone. So we'll share a number. You'll be able to call in and talk live on the program and share your experiences. In addition to that, you'll be able to write in with comments. There's a little comment box under the live stream. So throughout the program, you can also supplement those calls by writing in with comments, and we'll be sharing those live during the session as well. You'll also note that we'll have a panel of caregivers participating by Zoom to also contribute to that discussion. Finally, we plan to use some polling questions to help understand the experiences of all of the patients that are represented today by you caregivers. So we're going to ask that caregivers only will be using their phones to respond, or those of you who are on a computer can use a new tab in your browser. And I'm actually going to, at this point, let you go ahead and get into the system. So once you're on, you'll be able to stay on this web page throughout the day. And so each time we go to a new question, that question will automatically update, and you'll be able to answer that new question. So at this point, you can pull out your phone, open up a browser, open a new tab on your computer browser, and go to www.pollev.com. That's pollev.com/Dravet. Again, feel free to go there now, pollev.com/Dravet. And we'll be getting to polling very soon, but we want to go ahead and give you a chance to get into the system. That way, you'll already be there when we get to those polling questions. So in addition to what we're doing today, we understand that we are going to have limited time. And so if there's something that you aren't able to share today, or perhaps you're watching this on demand after the live meeting, we want to encourage you for 30 days after the meeting to provide written comments. That web comment form will remain open, so you can provide those there. All of today's input, as well as that written input, will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report, which will be a summary of today's proceedings and will be provided both to the Food and Drug Administration as well as made available to researchers and drug developers in the space. One last thing before we get to our first set of polling questions is I want to cover some ground rules for today. So first, I encourage each of you, caregivers of individuals with Dravet, to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do that through polling, calling in, submitting written comments. These different means are truly limited to you and family members and other direct caregivers of patients only. Our representatives from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and researchers are here to listen only. In addition, views today are going to be inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So I ask that please be respectful of one another, that respect is paramount. And to that end, we do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get to it. And we're going to go into our first set of polling questions, which is really to help us understand who we have in our live audience today. So again, this is the time to go to your phone, open up that browser, go to pollev.com/Dravet, go to a new tab in your computer browser. Same thing, you can go to the pollev.com/Dravet, and we're going to go ahead and get to our first question, which is we want to know here, where do you currently reside? So the options here are within the U.S. Pacific time zone, the U.S. Mountain time zone, the U.S. Central time zone, Eastern time zone, Alaskan time zone, or Hawaii time zone. Outside of the U.S., are you from Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Canada, Mexico, or some other country or region not listed above as an option? So we'll give everyone a few moments here. I want to make sure everyone has a chance to get into this polling system. That way we'll be able to track your responses throughout the entire day. These first few questions that we have for you are going to be pretty simple. We're just, again, getting a sense of who you are. That way, we have a sense of kind of the demographics of our group today. We'll get into definitely some more thought-provoking questions a little later. Might be a little more difficult to answer. So as it stands, it looks like the majority of our participants are from the U.S. Eastern time zone. Maybe that's indicative of our morning start time here on the East Coast. So we look forward to having representatives, which we currently have some from the U.S. Central, Mountain, and Pacific time zones joining us as well. I do see that we have participants from both Europe and Canada, so some representatives from outside of the U.S. I do want to encourage any of you that are from, this is not limited to just caregivers of patients in the United States. Even if you're outside of the United States, we encourage you to call in, write in, etc. So if we can go to our second polling question. So here we want to know, and this is specific not for yourself, but answering for the loved one, the person living with Dravet. Are they female, male, non-binary? Do you prefer not to identify, or other? Again, you're answering on behalf of your loved one with Dravet. And in fact, as you'll see, as we move through the remaining questions, we are going to be asking you to answer on behalf of the person living with Dravet. You are their voice for this meeting. All right, so while any final responses might trickle in here, it seems pretty close. We've seen it kind of bounce around near close to 50-50, perhaps females slightly out-edging males, and when we do see some others represented. We go to our third polling question. So here we want to know how old is your loved one? So what is their current age? The options are between 0 and 5 years of age, between 6 and 10 years of age, between 11 and 18 years, 19 and 30 years, 31 and 50 years, or 51 years of age or older. So again, please let us know how old currently is your loved one. I should say, if your loved one has passed, please answer these questions at, with regard to the time that they did pass. So for this question, what was the age of your loved one when they passed? And you'll see as we move into some other sets of polling questions, we'll be asking about their experiences with Dravet and with treatments. We encourage you to answer those, thinking about the time leading up before they passed. Okay, so it looks like we have a good range of different ages represented here. It looks like about 40% of our audience is representing those who are in the youngest age group of 0 to 5. However, we have good representation for each of the other 2 pediatric age ranges. But we also have representatives of those who are adults living with Dravet, both within the 19 to 30 and 31 to 50. It doesn't look like we have anyone representing those who are 51 years of age or older. In our final demographic polling question, if we can go to question number 4, we want to know, does your loved one have a genetic diagnosis? So the options here are yes, they have a variant, which is a mutation in the SCN1A gene. Yes, they have a variant mutation in another gene. No, they do not have a diagnosis from genetic testing, but they have received a clinical diagnosis. Or finally, if you're unsure, the basis of their diagnosis, you can select that final answer. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses to this. Just want to make sure we capture, the diagnosis of your loved one. As it stands, it looks like the vast majority of our participants, their loved one was diagnosed genetically with a mutation or a variant in the SCN1A gene. We don't have any that have a genetic diagnosis in another gene. However, we do have some that are represented that only have a clinical diagnosis, as well as some that are unsure of the basis of their diagnosis. So with that, we're going to move out of this first set of polling questions, so thank you so much for participating. We are now going to go into our first topic of the day, which is to help us understand what it is to live with Dravet syndrome. So if we could pull up our discussion questions, this will help us understand the range of topics that we want to cover in this first session, again, first through a panel, followed by a live audience discussion. So here in this first session, some of the things that we want you to think about are, of all the symptoms and health effects of Dravet, what are the top 1 to 3 symptoms that have the most significant impacts on your loved one's life? We want to know how Dravet syndrome affects your loved one, perhaps on the best days versus the worst days. We know that not every day with Dravet necessarily looks the same, and so we want to understand, that day-to-day variability. We also want to know how the condition has looked over time. We heard in the clinical presentation there's new symptoms, changes in existing symptoms that can happen. So for your loved one, how have those symptoms changed over time? How has the ability to cope with those symptoms changed over time? Whether that's day to day, week to week, month to month, or over the course of years. We'd like to hear about that. In addition to hearing about those direct symptoms, we want to know how those symptoms and the condition overall impact your daily lives. So are there specific activities that are important to your loved one and you that they cannot do either at all or they can't do as fully as they would like because of Dravet syndrome? And then finally, knowing that your loved ones are continuing to live with Dravet, and so there may be the future life with Dravet, is something that you're anticipating. We want to know, what are your fears as your loved one gets older? What are your greatest worries for the future? So to help us get started in exploring these questions, we have a panel of your peers. We have Amy, Ross, Paye, Sarah, and Barbara, who are going to be sharing their loved ones' experience with Dravet syndrome. Amy, take it away.
Hello, my name is Amy, and my daughter Ramona was diagnosed with Dravet syndrome after her second prolonged seizure at 6 months old. Nothing is as it ought to be when you have a child with Dravet syndrome. Ramona has bad mornings at varying degrees lately. What does a bad morning look like? At 22 months old, it's not what you would expect. Ramona isn't crabby because she has a cold or whining or throwing a tantrum or not eating her breakfast. She's sitting in her high chair trying to swallow her tiny ketogenic muffin, and with each mouthful her chin drops down. Her eyes roll about the room. My husband and I do our usual panic dance of trying to communicate our concern, what might today be the cause, in the quiet agony of eye contact, trying for our neurotypical son's benefit to not seem so afraid. The danger, of course, is clustering, of this becoming a larger, more prolonged seizure that we cannot stop. Oliver, our eldest, is shuffled off to the TV room, safely away from our anxiety, or so we continually tell ourselves, knowing that 11 years old, he sees, he knows, the weight on him is evident. He was there at 5 a.m. the last time she had a status seizure, when her little body was limp on her side, foaming at the mouth, unresponsive. He saw us rush about, one of us administering rescue meds that could not touch her seizure, the other throwing on clothing while calling an ambulance and packing a bag. There was no one for him. And now any hint of panic in the house makes his eyes widen and his hands tremble. This heartbreak spares no one. One recent morning, none of our tricks worked. Advil failed to stop what we thought might have been a fever or inflammation of some kind. A dark room did nothing to calm her. Walk in the stroller only confined her. Her head drops, and her staring off persisted. Fortunately, we noticed she tugged at one ear, so I called the pediatrician and ran off with her to their office to check for an ear infection. Going to the pediatrician with Ramona is torture for her. After 5 hospital stays and every test you can imagine, from spinal taps, MRIs, CT scans, nights with EEG leads on her head, echocardiograms every 6 months for one of her medications, the constant blood draws, Ramona fairly doesn't trust doctors and howls and fights like a boxer, even the most benign examination. She did this, as usual. Even listening to her lungs was impossible. A quick look in her ear confirmed an ear infection. The examination exhausted her so much that she fell asleep the moment we walked out of the office. We live in Brooklyn, so when I finally got her home, I told my husband I needed a break and that I'd walk through Fort Greene Park to the pharmacy at the base of the park to grab her prescription. The walk would do me good, I thought. My nerves were shot. I'd forgotten, despite having another child, that it was Halloween. The park was packed with families everywhere. A baby girl Ramona's age dressed as a peacock on her father's shoulders, delighted at the scene. Dogs were dressed up for their annual Halloween costume competition, a stage and speakers. I pushed through the crowds, tears rolling down my cheeks. My daughter can't be here for any of this. My daughter would have a seizure from the excitement, from the sounds and the sights. When you have a sick child, you are an alien. You feel unseen, and every milestone, every holiday, every typical simple pleasure of childhood is marked by either complete absence or panicked vigilance. Is she pale? Is she flushed? Was that an absence seizure? She was just staring off. Where are her sunglasses and her hat? Do you have the rescue meds? Is everyone healthy? She can't be exposed to germs. Did you pack the camera and the pulse ox? Where is the oxygen? Every child you see in a swing, every baby her age you see toddling about the park, you look at with envy, you assess and compare. Can my daughter do that? Is she talking enough? When will her walk be steadier? I wish she were stronger. Where is the cure for this maddening disease? We know that it's coming, but will it come in time for my girl? Every day is like this. Every day is static. When Ramona was diagnosed, it was at the height of COVID. Only one of us could be in the ER with her at a time, so the other paced in the parking lot, terrified, unsure what was happening to our child. And when we finally knew, there was no relief. Now every telemedical consult we had with another Dravet expert communicated the same horrible facts, used the same awful language. Imagine you have this perfect baby. There's nothing wrong with her. She, like every baby, demonstrates the absolute awe of life she promises with her roaming eyes and her cooing sounds, future, progress, miracles. And then one day, one horrible morning, she stares off and doesn't appear to be breathing. And you have no idea what's going on. And you're thrust into a world you hardly knew existed. A type of misery, of constant anxiety you didn't know was possible. You have doctors sitting before you telling you that you are grieving. They use that word. They use it over and over again. Like your child is dead. Like there's no chance at all your child could have a full and normal future. That your family has, in essence, crossed over into a purgatory you will never escape. But hey, these kids are often very happy. Will she live on her own or go to college or travel, marry, have a family of her own someday? Likely not. Yes, you're grieving. No. No. We refuse to accept this. Every day, our family, and we are far from alone, is counting on science, is counting on progress, is hoping for now. There's no other way to live with this.
Hello, my name is Ross. I live in Atlanta, Georgia with my wife Polly and 3 children, Millie, Finn, and Henry. Henry is 14 and he is our child with Dravet Syndrome. Henry had his first seizure when he was 3 months old. It lasted over an hour, and by his 2nd birthday, he had spent over 70 days in the hospital, often in the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, or PICU, after prolonged seizures. He was diagnosed with Dravet Syndrome in 2009 when he was 2 years old. Henry's the most social person that I know, and when he's able, he will speak to everybody that he sees, and he just doesn't understand why we don't stop and talk to every single person in the grocery store, and he really doesn't understand why every single person doesn't want to talk to us. He also loves school, and he can't wait to get there, and if the mood strikes him, he'll stand at the door on a Saturday repeating school bus, school bus, school bus over and over. Plus, he has an independent streak. If he can do something, he's going to try to do it, assuming, of course, that it's his idea. And he may raise his voice, and he might get a bit testy when we prefer that he doesn't. And you know what? We hope that spirit shines for as long as it can. Henry suffers from nocturnal seizures, and he has for most of his life. These are tonic-clonic seizures, convulsive with muscle contractions that occur in groups and during sleep, or naps or bedtime. The seizures last about 5 minutes long, and they usually occur less than 10 minutes apart from each other. And the only consistent remedy that we found for Henry is to not let him sleep, literally to keep him awake. And he has nights like this between 7 and 15 times a month. And we've spent a lot of nights rearranging our plans for work and school while watching Pixar and Marvel movies on the couch, doing our best to act normal, just like we woke up early when the rest of the family comes downstairs in the morning. So, after a night of 15 to 20 nocturnal seizure clusters and no sleep, we're crushed when Henry is too tired and too groggy from the rescue medications and or disrupted sleep to make it through the school day. We're confused when the next day he takes every book he owns and scatters them on the floor, searching, I assume, for the reason why he started doing this in the first place. We're disappointed when his physical activity is limited and the short walk or visit that we planned with his grandmother's must now be changed to a longer wheelchair ride. We want Henry to grow up and grow old. To Henry, being independent, having a part-time job like bagging groceries is the equivalent of a typically developing child growing up to play a professional sport and then winning the league championship. Not only is there work to be done to understand and solve the seizures in his sleep, but also how the frequency of seizures and fatigue affect his behavior. Plus, we're witnessing a progressive deterioration in his gait. He walks almost on his ankles with a wide crouch stance, knees bent, hips and legs sort of rotated inward. So when I'm asked by Henry's teachers and caregivers and therapists to explain why he seems a little bit more unstable than usual, when I'm saddened because the school is concerned about him walking to class, when the only safe exercise option during PE seems to be watch an iPad inside a gym, I don't have a good answer. And I'm reminded that we're on the edges of science and medicine, blazing a new trail together. So when the teachers ask, the truth is, I don't know. To quote one study, the causal mechanisms and pathophysiology of the gait deviations is still insufficiently understood. As a parent, I don't know if the lack of sleep is causing the seizures or if the seizures are causing a lack of sleep. And because he's tired, is that why his gait is altered? Or is it the medications? Is it neurological? Does it stem from years of overcompensating, poor muscle tone in other areas? Or maybe some other bodily function isn't working properly? Or is he just sick? Does he have a cold? Or it could just be Dravet Syndrome.
My name is Pei Yi. I'm a Chinese American and currently living in Michigan. We're a family of 4. My younger daughter Lian had her first seizure when she was 10 months old. We received her diagnosis of Dravet syndrome at age 2. Like most of Dravet families, we have gone through a lot of doctors, medications, and countless therapy sessions. All this effort helped. We are very lucky that Lian can do lots of things by herself now. She walks with an ankle brace to increase stability. She can feed, bath, dress herself, go into bathroom on her own. She can even do some simple math, and she can read at a 4th grade level. Lian is now 18 years old, taking 3 medications to control her seizures. She now attends a transition program through school district to learn some job skills and living skills. She's happy and content most of the time, loves school, and enjoys many activities such as playing baseball, horseback riding, dancing, and church activities, all tailored for special needs, mainly due to the cognitive impairment. It might not be acceptable for other epilepsy families, but we are thrilled that Lian's seizures are now controlled at 1 episode every 30 to 40 days on average. The biggest obstacle she and the rest of family must overcome mostly involve behavior and cognition on a daily basis. Some are simple but can be exhausting to manage as time goes on. For example, after being spoken to or asked a question, she needs time to process and formulate a response. This slow response time requires infinite patience from whoever is speaking with her. This is often a problem in school. When the teacher asks a question that she does not immediately respond to, it is unclear whether she does not know the answer or needs time to think about how to put words together and say the answer. This was a big issue, especially during the pandemic when classes were online. It was difficult for teachers to tell how Lian was feeling or what she was thinking. Other requires more involvement from the entire family. Like many other children with disability, Lian likes to have a consistent schedule to follow each day and strives best when she knows exactly what is going to happen and exactly what is expected of her. This type of schedule may be considered overly rigid by other people, but it is necessary for her to function well. When there is a change in the schedule, we must break it to her gently. In the summer, Lian plays on special needs baseball team. If a game is canceled due to weather or some other reason, she often does not react well upon being told. She simply wouldn't accept that game is canceled and keeps asking when we can drive her to the game. This can go on for a whole day, and in the end, it's easier just driving 30 minutes to the game site and show her that no one is there playing the baseball. So in order to avoid this reaction from her, we might check the weather a couple days before and tell her that the game being canceled is a possibility and build up her mental acceptance of such change. On a smaller scale than having a schedule for the day or for the week, Lian also likes for things to be done a certain way. Sometimes she will be playing with something on the dinner table, and one of us will reach over and help her clean up so that we can eat dinner. If this happens, Lian will become frantic and insist that you put everything back so that she can do it by herself. Other times, we need to give her a warning that the current circumstances are about to change. For example, if it is time to put the iPad away, we cannot just tell her that it is time. Instead, we will warn her beforehand. If you simply take the iPad away, she will often completely shut down. In this case, she will refuse to move and refuse to listen. This usually involves her completely tensing up so that she cannot be moved and putting her hands over her ears to let you know that she's not listening. Whenever Lian shuts down like this, she needs patience and coaxing to come out of it. Sometimes, if the change in schedule involves something the whole family intends to do together, like go out for dinner, This means that dinner is postponed until Lian is cognitively and emotionally prepared for it. Here are just a few examples we go through almost on a daily basis. After all these years, we are still coping and adapting to the new challenges.
My name is Sarah Mullins, and I live in Pennsylvania, and I'm the mother to a child with Dravet Syndrome. We were standing at a crosswalk, looking both ways, and got hit by a plane. It was a very ordinary November day when I got the call from the school nurse that AJ had been coughing. In second grade, AJ loved school, so I was loath to pick him up. He'd had a great summer, learning to do a cannonball off a diving board. We'd weaned from the ketogenic diet to modified Atkins and found a stable level for his Depakote and stiripentol medicines. He had not had a big seizure for 4 months. Our guard was down on the night he died. I arrived at the school to an 8-year-old boy giggling, "Hi, Mommy, I have a cough." As a family physician, I thought, this boy does not look sick. I trusted our school nurse and signed him out, but stopped at the grocery store on the way home. AJ loved the grocery store, pointing at everything and doing a little dance when he recognized something his sister ate. We had experienced seizure freedom for status seizures during our 5 years on the ketogenic diet, making the excruciating task of weighing out every meal by the tenths of a gram worth it. We didn't know at that time that ketogenic diet was demonstrating protection against sudden unexplained death in epilepsy in mouse models. We had a very normal evening. We ate dinner, gave bedtime meds, and tucked AJ into my bed with the seizure monitor underneath him. When he started to seize, we heard the bed alarm from the monitor. We administered Diastat after 5 minutes and then again when it didn't stop. We were unable to stop this seizure. It had been more than 5 years since this happened. The paramedics struggled with IV access, the ambulance was delayed coming from out of state, and AJ's heart stopped during transit. My husband called from the ambulance, and I arrived to the ER from the hospital where I trained and recognized the Code Blue team surrounding my child. He was pronounced dead after 1 a.m., hit by a plane. When I joined the online Gervais parent and caregiver support group years before, I noticed the purple candles posted in memory of children and adults with Gervais who had died. I learned that 20% of children with Gervais don't make it to 18 years old. I'd empathized with families that battled seizures all day long and felt grateful for our seizure control. I knew that the risk of death was best addressed by decreasing the number of status seizures. We looked both ways, but were hit by the plane anyway. Our children have many types of seizures. We experience 5 different types, and that doesn't include the myoclonic clusters or the head drop atonic seizures common in Dravet. Even as a physician, I didn't recognize AJ's partial seizure when it first happened. He was playing happily with one arm while the other jerked. As we drove to the hospital, the seizure progressed and became unresponsive. The generalized seizure lasted an hour and a half despite ER intervention. Our seizures were so resistant to typical interventions like Ativan and Diastat that we carried a handwritten note from our neurologist to start propofol, an anesthetic that required intubation preparations to protect his airway. AJ had absence seizures, a type of generalized seizure without movement, characterized by a brief lapse in awareness, staring, and facial flushing. We asked caregivers to watch for repetitive blinking, unusual movements like lip smacking or picking while in a daze, signs of a complex partial seizure. Crying spells without triggers could last for hours, sometimes terminating with a deep breath, typical of emotional gelastic seizures. We wondered if he ever had simple seizures, a disturbance in sensation like a smell, but was unable to express them. Sometimes he would say, "I feel bad," and it would be unclear how. At night, his myoclonic jerks would last for hours, seemingly did not impact his ability to rest or his attitude the next day. He was resistant to some classic Dravet triggers like water or patterns and hadn't started puberty. However, we joked that we were allergic to fun. The excitement for getting ready for a Halloween or birthday party could trigger our seizures, so we opened presents and birthdays gifts over a month. We wore an ice vest when the forecast was 72 degrees and sunglasses year-round to beat the heat and light. We always seized before our first fever when sick. We did our absolute best for AJ and offered him the best therapies available. The fact that even a well-controlled Dravet patient is not protected from sudden death is a tragedy. We need better solutions and better therapies in order to fully succeed in Dravet syndrome.
My name is Barbara Swoyer, and my husband John and I live in Massachusetts. We have 2 sons, Ryan, age 29, and Jake, who is 26. Jake has Dravet syndrome and lives at home, and while I am first and foremost his mother, I am also his guardian, advocate, and full-time caregiver. Jake experienced his first seizure at age 7 months, and over the next year, I watched my infant son's health deteriorate until he became a shadow of himself, battered by frequent prolonged seizures and dulled by high doses of medications that weren't working. At age 18 months, we placed Jake on a ketogenic diet, which lessened his seizures dramatically and allowed him to be temporarily medication-free. This honeymoon lasted for almost 2 years, and though we remained constantly vigilant, we were relieved to see our son gain back his vibrancy. I remember the day the seizures returned. It was Thanksgiving and Jake's 3rd birthday. Gervais doesn't care about holidays or birthdays. It was around that time that we realized Jake was not meeting developmental milestones. Despite all the therapies that early intervention in preschool had offered, I can remember sitting and watching him in his classroom with this sinking realization that my sweet boy was gradually falling behind compared to his peers. I'm glad I didn't fully grasp then the challenges that would lie ahead. For the next 10 years, we did our best to balance the constant stress of seizures and hospitalizations with creating a normal life for our family. Those would prove to be the best years for Jake. He went to school and we took family vacations. He could walk and play independently and enjoyed swimming and horseback therapy. He could eat with assistance and use basic language. He loved watching his brother play sports and spent hours playing with his service dog. I am so glad to have those memories and happy that he was able to experience a full, meaningful childhood. Age 10 would prove to be a turning point for Jake and the start of a slow but steady decline. We discovered that Jake was aspirating, and it became necessary to place a feeding tube. Months later, he woke up one day and never ate by mouth again. We were referred to palliative care and home nursing. Recognizing that Jake could not fight infection, on the advice of his doctors, we pulled him from school and created a home-based program, hoping that someday Jake would be strong enough to return to the classroom, but he never did. His home program continues today, but over time it has been modified to meet his reduced stamina and tolerance for activity. My last memory of Jake walking independently comes from photos when he was 15. Like the day he stopped eating, sometimes decline happens so suddenly that it's shocking. Other times it's so gradual that it's hard to pinpoint exactly when it occurred. When Jake was 16, we modified our home for accessibility and moved him to the 1st floor. Today, Jake is able to bear weight but requires 100% assistance for mobility, and we have seen significant decline in his endurance and motor skills. At age 19, Jake stopped talking, seemingly losing his capacity for speech overnight. Most days he is silent, and though he can understand simple conversation, he is largely unable to express himself. By necessity, I have become his voice. Jake is fully dependent on others for care, requires 24/7 supervision, and functions at a toddler level. I recently noticed a comment in Jake's medical record which read, Dravet Syndrome, otherwise healthy. Otherwise healthy doesn't come close to capturing all of the comorbidities that Jake has developed with age. Aside from seizures, which have persisted into adulthood, the list of other challenges he faces is long and includes slowed motility, sleep disruption, kidney stones, urine retention, mood swings, and autonomic storms. That list is far from complete, and it pains me to write it because as much as it illustrates the impact of disease, it doesn't capture the beautiful person that Jake is. We recently celebrated Jake's 26th birthday. In the face of rare, life-threatening disease, and after spending his 20th and 21st years in hospice, each year is a victory that we don't take for granted. Yet, it is also cause for reflection, because the truth is, while we celebrate another year, we recognize the profound toll that Dravet has taken on Jake, and we are painfully aware with the passage of time of how increasingly fragile and vulnerable he is. My list of worries is long, and if I let it consume me, it would. I can't possibly relay in 5 minutes the weight that I feel, but it is ever present. It's like we live in a fragile house of cards that could collapse at any moment. The foundation of this house is our capacity to provide for Jake's long-term physical, medical, social, and emotional needs. If for any reason we were to lose that capacity, his life would be undeniably altered, and the fear of that keeps me up at night because I cannot see a sustainable, acceptable alternative. Jake has been the greatest challenge of my life and my greatest teacher. Our goals for Jake are simple, that he feels safe, comfortable, happy, and loved. These goals guide us in our approach to Jake's care and are factored into every decision we make on his behalf as we continue to navigate adulthood with Dravet. Dravet does not get easier with age. In fact, it gets harder. We hope every day for progress towards better, more effective treatments and ultimately a cure. Perhaps our journey is best summed up in these inspiring words from another parent. You will live and breathe hope and acceptance, and you will be sewn together with strength and determination. For Jake and our entire Dravet community, we remain hopeful and determined. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Barbara, but also to Amy, Ross, Pai, and Sarah for being first to share your loved one's experiences. I know each of you were very brave. It's not easy to share some of those kind of intimate and personal details of your lives, but it was so important to hear them. So now we're moving to the part of our program. It's our first opportunity to really hear from all of you in our audience today, the caregivers of those living with Dravet syndrome. If you have something that you would like to share in terms of the symptoms and health effects that most impact your loved one, we would encourage you at this time, you can start to dial in and we'll love to hear from you and bring you into the discussion live during the program. To dial in, you can join us at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. You can call in now. You can call in at any point during our discussion today to join into the conversation. But to get us all collectively thinking about these topics of what it is to live with Dravet, we're going to start with a couple of polling questions. So pull those phones back out, go to that browser, go to that other tab you might have open on your computer browser, go to pollev.com/Dravet, and we're going to get into just a couple of questions here to start us off as part of this discussion. So initially we're focusing, because we want to understand on what are the Dravet syndrome related health concerns that your loved one has. So in this question, we want to know what are all of, the full range of different Dravet syndrome related health concerns. There's quite a long list here, but please select all that apply, with your options being tonic-clonic or other convulsive seizures, myoclonic seizures, absence seizures, atonic or drop seizures, status epilepticus, developmental delay or loss of developmental skills, problems with balance, walking, and gait, speech and language impairment, growth and nutrition issues, frequent and long-term infections, sleep disturbances, hypotonia or poor muscle tone, autistic-like behavior, things like difficult social interactions or patterned or repetitive movements, disruptive behaviors, things like tantrums and refusal, hyperthermia, or some other direct symptom or health concern of your loved one's Dravet syndrome that they either currently or have had. And again, please select all that apply. So one thing to point out as you're seeing these results come in, this is our first polling question that allows our respondents to select more than one option. So what you're seeing is not a percentage of the total response persons who selected an individual. So it's not 10% of people have had a tonic-clonic. This is percentages of total responses. So think of these bars as kind of a visual ranking. And so what we're seeing is we're getting reported in that tonic-clonic or other convulsive seizures is probably the most commonly experienced health concern, followed closely by developmental delay or loss of developmental skills, problems with balance, walking, and gait, and speech and language impairment. However, we're seeing that there's a large and comprehensive toll of Dravet syndrome, each and every one of these being fairly highly ranked, and other things that we didn't even list here being recognized by some of our participants. So when you're calling and writing in, we want to hear about this full range of these different symptoms, whether they're in combination or if there's individual ones you want to focus on. And we want to hear about some of those other ones that we didn't include on this slide. So if we can move to our next polling question. So the response options here are going to look familiar. These are the same response options as our last question. But now what we want to know is what you would view as the top 3 most troublesome Dravet syndrome related health concerns that your loved one either has now or has had in the past. And so again, think about this. What would you rate as the top 3 most troublesome? And as we get into the conversation, we want to know why you selected those that you're selecting here. So I won't read through all of these options again. They are the same as that we had in the last question. But here we're asking our caregivers in the audience to please think about what would you view, what would you categorize as the top 3 most troublesome of these health-related concerns for your loved one. So while some of the responses are trickling in, I think we're seeing some trends here. We're seeing perhaps that the kind of top 3 symptom that's being reported is those seizures and status epilepticus. That's pretty consistent. We saw the high numbers of those types of seizures and epilepsy impacts in our previous question. We also see here perhaps that the second top most troublesome symptom is developmental delay or loss of developmental skills, followed by perhaps speech and language impairment as the third. However, what stands out to me is that each and every one of these different symptoms is within somebody's top 3. So it's the thing that's most troublesome for their loved one. And so we want to hear, why is it that growth and nutrition issues or poor muscle tone or hyperthermia is one of the top 3 for your loved one. So we encourage you to call in, write in with those comments throughout. But to help us start in this conversation, I want to welcome our Zoom discussion starters, another group of your peers, fellow caregivers, who have volunteered to participate and share some of their experiences. And so, Aaron, maybe you can get us started off this morning. As you were looking at that polling question and of what is probably a laundry list of different symptoms and health effects your loved one has experienced, we wanted you to try to narrow down what are the most troublesome ones. So as you were answering that, what would you say is maybe in the top 1 or 2 for your loved one?
Hi, I'm Erin. My husband Leo and I live in Washington, just outside of Seattle. We are very proud parents to Leonel, who is 7 years old with Dravet syndrome, and his superstar sister sibling Eloise, who is 6 years old. And James, the seasons change. So
yes.
What I went to bed thinking about last night as some of my top 3s changed a little bit more this morning. We happen to be in a season of not having status seizures, but we're always kind of living in that fear of them returning. We are in a comfortable spot of having some seizure control, but to a family who's not involved in seizures, they would be shocked to understand that seizure control is still every couple of weeks throughout the whole week. So that combined with the sleep disturbances, since his seizures are nocturnal, how can your sleep not be disturbed with that, right? Combined with the apnea that he's been diagnosed with, that leads to the exhaustion and stamina. And then my third choice today were the behavior disruption, because it's hard to not have the refusals when, maybe you didn't get great sleep when you were having seizures. So the season for this morning are those 3 choices of the sleep disturbances along with the behavior disruptions on top of the seizures and status seizures.
Sure. So Aaron, help me understand your use of the term seasons. I think it's very informative to hear that there's periods where the seizures and these corresponding other symptoms are more or less controlled. Is this like, when you say seasons, are we talking like, months at a time, or are these seasons shorter than that?
It depends on the family, you'll ask. Thankfully, our seasons right now, we're into years, which is for, I think, comparatively of what you have heard from some of the families that came before our panel and what
Yes.
you hear from our panel here. He's now 7, but when his seizures were first emerging and when he was at the age of 3,
Yes.
he was having status every couple of minutes and requiring rescue meds every couple of minutes. And therefore, what was happening then in my 3 then would be the developmental regression. He was developing typically. He was as Barb told us earlier, Gervais, but otherwise healthy little boy, and then lost his developmental skills at 3 years old.
Right.
Which it's hard to separate the cognition, the communication, the speech and language, the motor in that, because they were all wrapped up into one.
Right.
So really hard to pick the 3 out of that.
Of course.
So that's a little bit of what I mean by seasons.
No, thank you. So I also want to probe and understand a little bit more, when there's, periods where, the status, is a season where that's, maybe still existent, but not as severe or as frequent, what are the, what's an example of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, are those sleep disturbances, behaviors, are they noticeably better? Are there other symptoms that rise, more to the top, when status is less of an issue, or, do those other kind of aspects still maintain?
I think some of the aspects still maintain. Right now, like I said, we're not in a season for status. So
Yes.
we are getting to see some developmental, a little bit of stability.
Okay.
I refuse to believe that he's plateauing, because we are seeing little steps of progress, but we are very involved with making sure he's getting therapies. So he's not able to do that on his own. He has a lot of intervention for motor, for communication. But when the status isn't there, we get to see more of him. We get to see more of his personality. And maybe that is his personality, is some of the behavior disruption, but it's hard to know. And you'll find many caregivers playing the game of, is this Dravet syndrome? Is this the medications? Is this just what a 7-year-old is like? Or for him, is this what a developmental 4-year-old is like?
Right. Sure. Well, thank you so much, Erin. Sophie, I want to bring you into the conversation here as you were thinking about, those most troublesome, symptoms, health concerns. What stuck out to you?
Hi, my name is Sophie. I currently live in Texas, and I am the older sister to Elliot, who lives with Gervais, and he is 22 years old. I thought it was really interesting as you were kind of reading off the ones that were rising to the top. I think it makes a lot of sense to me that the seizures are going to be at the top, because it's the one thing that I feel like is always in the back of everyone's mind, that it could strike at any time and cause the most catastrophic damage. Like, I think most people would agree that if we have to live with poor communication forever of our loved one with Dravet, we'll do that as long as the seizure doesn't take them from us.
Right.
So to me, that's the one that rides out all of the seasons. So it makes sense that that was at the top. But for me, the one for my brother that stood out was behavior. And I thought that was interesting that that wasn't at the top, but that makes sense too, because I think as he's gotten older, the behavior has become a much bigger concern. So now he's 22. He's a full grown man, but he doesn't function like a 22-year-old man. So a lot of what others are saying about how they function more like a 2, 3, 4-year-old child, he's still doing that as a 22-year-old. And so now some of these behaviors that he has kind of shown his whole life are becoming a lot more concerning, a lot more challenging to deal with for his caregivers, my parents primarily at this point, but for whoever is caring for him.
Yeah. So Sophie, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure you have something in your mind as you rated, those behaviors as being most problematic. Can you share with us an example of, maybe what that looks like where, now as an adult, some of those same things that might have been around for quite a long time are now really, even more difficult to manage?
Yeah, I think the physical aggression has kind of always been there, which is definitely not enjoyable for anyone. Like pinching, I remember growing up and he would be pinching me or he would pull my hair, but I think he was always easier to kind of redirect as a little one. And as he's gotten older, that kind of has become more challenging. But I think one of the things that specifically impacts his quality of life is the refusal and defiance. It makes it really challenging for him to participate in anything outside of the house, really, because you get him outside of the house, he doesn't want to come back. And so then he's laying on the ground, refusing to stand up. And like I said, he's a 22-year-old full-grown man. And then what do? He's as big as I am. So if I'm the one trying to care for him, it's a lot of bribery, trying to get him to get in the car. But those behaviors are really impacting and preventing him from participating in activities outside of the home.
Yeah, and does he have better or worse days with those types of, refusals, those types of behaviors?
He does. I think he kind of has a baseline of behaviors. Like there's always some little things of refusal, but there's definitely days that are worse. And I think we have seen somewhat of a pattern of building up to a big seizure event. His behavior tends to get worse. And that's, I feel like, when typically there's more physical aggression towards other people, he's more likely to seek you out and hit you or pinch you or pull your hair. And it is not always related to the seizure, but it does seem to have somewhat of a pattern there.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Sophie. I want to just, remind our audience, we want to hear from you as well. So encourage you to please call in that phone number to share some of the most troublesome symptoms your loved one is dealing with. 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231. But I do know that we've been getting some written comments coming in, so I want to check in with Veronica. What are some of the symptoms people are talking about?
Yeah, we've gotten several. I wanted to pull a few first just because we've talked so much about seizures, and I think what Aaron and Sophie have brought up is that's not the only symptom that's a concern to parents. So I have a comment from Emily in Fort Collins, who notes prolonged and frequent seizures, dysautonomia, movement and balance issues are some of her top concerns. And then we have Sarah Pittman from New Jersey, who mentions developmental delay, disconnect, whether due to the mutation, seizure drug side effects. We spend hours each day in speech and occupational and physical therapy, lack of involvement in physical activities due to the increase in likelihood of seizures. And then we also had a comment that we've translated, so apologies if this doesn't come through exactly how they hoped, but this was from Silk in Germany, who said the seizures or serial seizures, as well as aggressive, uncontrolled behavior, risk of injury from the seizures, and from orthopedic problems.
Wow. Thank you for everyone who's been writing in. We'll keep trying to get as many of those in today as possible, so please keep submitting those comments. It's that little comment box under the live stream. We'll be reading those throughout the day. If we don't happen to read yours, just know that we will be keeping all of those comments and incorporating them into that Voice of the Patient report. I do just want to comment on, noticed that one thing that we're starting to hear, maybe a theme, is of all of these different impacts, sometimes it's hard to identify, is it because of seizures, is it because of some other aspect of Dravet, or is it because of treatment side effects? I've now heard that a handful of times, so I thought it was worth maybe noting. But to come back to our Zoom panel here, Mandy, I've seen you nodding your head a bunch, so maybe there's some things here that have really resonated with you, but I want to check in, as you think about, top symptoms, whether it's something we've already been talking about or something new, what has been standing out in your mind?
Hi, my name is Mandy. My husband and I are coming to you from a suburb of Detroit, Michigan. It's very cold and snowy outside. We have 4 boys. Our youngest is 12 years old, who suffers from Dravet syndrome, and his name is Armando. And the reason I'm nodding my head is because Armando's 12. So we've been where Aaron was, and we're headed where Sophie is. And so they highlighted my concerns. It's I put seizures because of everything that's been said. It's Armando has not had a status seizure since he was 2 years old and got diagnosed and on the right treatments, but it's always there. It's always there. And so there's that, it's always there. And then, 12 years old, he's headed into puberty. And so right now I'm like, okay, is he having more seizures because of hormones, because of puberty, or because of the progression of the disease, or because he's outgrowing his medication dose? Just, there's always, at any season, like Aaron said, there's always a million things that you're thinking of and trying to figure out. And then you're also concerned about the future. I mean, I see Armando headed right towards Elliot. I see my older boys who are bigger and stronger and taller than me. Armando's already stronger than me. And I'm not getting any younger or stronger. And so I'm going, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? The refusal, I can't even get him to walk to the bathroom.
Right.
And his diapers aren't holding. So this morning I had to change all of his sheets because his diapers didn't hold. And he had just had a seizure and I couldn't move him. And thankfully Dad was around and not working, so he could, it's everything. But it was, for me, I put the seizures, the behavior, and the behavior was autism and speech. He's been nonverbal since he was 18 months. And so, but he knows what he wants.
Right.
But how does he tell me? Physical. So he'll push me, he'll pull me, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna like get injured, but you can't injure me because then who's gonna take care of you?
Right.
So
No, all interconnecting, and also, again, that theme of, not even knowing what is causing, another element of just, whether it's progression or, something different like puberty and the changes related to that. But you did say that the seizures are getting worse, as he gets closer to puberty. Can you maybe describe, is that in severity and frequency? What is that worsening of seizures looking like?
yeah, I'm not certain I would say worse. It just changes, right? So I tell everyone the hardest part of Dravet syndrome, seizure-wise, up until now for us, was from birth to age 2 prior to diagnosis, when he was only having maybe one every 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
But they were status. So it would require medication. Well, it would require a trip to the hospital before we knew what it was, before we had medication.
Right.
So now, then from age like 2 to probably 8, he was real steady on like 1 tonic-clonic a week, 3 minutes, never had to use seizure medication, never had to go to the hospital. It was beautiful. Right. Now, it's about 2. It just changes. So he'll have 1 at night, then he'll have 1 in the morning, then he had 1. So it's kind of going back to the clusters, but not as bad as the clusters where it was happening every hour and we'd have to go to the, you know what I mean? Like it's, it's not as bad as it was, but it's changing. And so I'm trying to decipher what his new pattern is, or is there something I need to change to maintain stability for him?
Right. And when you said that, you didn't need to use seizure medications, are you referring to rescue medications or all kind of even, chronic seizure meds?
Oh yeah, thanks for noticing. That's emergency medication, right? So he's always on his daily. He has ketogenic diet and on-fee since age 2. That's kept him real stable. Okay. But we always have the emergency medication to stop a seizure if it goes up over 3 minutes. Okay. And so it's a beautiful day if we don't have to, it's a beautiful year when I don't have to use those.
Absolutely.
And even more if I don't have to go to the hospital.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I do see we have a phone caller. We have Jennifer from Utah who wants to share some of her son's experiences with Dravet. So I want to see, Jennifer, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Please share.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. We are in the unfortunate and humiliating position to have had to place our child into residential care. So he's 19 at this point. He's 6'1" and 195 pounds, and that is with his growth actually being stunted with hormone therapy when he started into puberty early. So he's a bit of a beast to care for, especially when he has behaviors. But I don't even know how to rank my top three.
Right.
They're so all over the board. So if it were just his size that was the problem, we would have done everything to keep him at home. I think there's such a spectrum in Dravet syndrome that hopefully other parents can be understanding of the situations of those of us who are dealing with our older children. He was in a position where his bowels were not functioning properly. He would vomit up all the food he'd eaten for 3 days because it wasn't processing. His spine was curving. He was going to need to have rods placed in his back. He was losing strength to even transfer. He had been running at one point in his life, and he had deteriorated to that point. He was not able to leave the home for any social interaction. It would trigger status seizures regardless of every new therapy that every study we joined, every possible, option out there. And that would trigger cyclical vomiting syndrome. So then after his seizures, he would begin vomiting every few minutes. And so if he's at school or if he's in any care program and he's being transported, that creates a very dangerous situation and very difficult for those facilities and those programs to care for him. So he was at the point where he was getting no socialization other than our small family and any caregivers. We even got to the point where we had nursing, not just respite care or in-home care, whatever it might be called in your state. But we had actual nursing coming in because he qualified, and they weren't able to get him to take his meds, and they're the ones that were saying, we can't do this. It's going to take 2 or 3 of us to take care of him at a time. So no matter how many hours I was offered of caregivers by the state, there was just no way without remodeling our home, which we actually started into that. We had that evaluated. We had that ordered. And his health just kept crashing with more of the bowel problems and the back problems. And we have a facility in Utah that it's a little bit unique and it's excellent. It's not perfect, but they do go out to other states and do training regarding their program. And we were, with a lot of work and kind of some threatening and a lot of connections, we were able to get him placed there. And so he's there now, and since being there, they have recreation programs. They have therapy pools. He was able to reverse the curvature in his spine just enough, which very rarely happens, that he hasn't had to have rods placed. His bowels are normal now as much as possible. They have a very strict bowel program, but they have all the lifts and the walkers and the standers and the exercise machinery and multiple people to handle him and his behaviors. And anyway, we have seen a lot of improvements in his life. COVID's made this very difficult because we have to do visits by video off and on. I'm sorry, I get teary, but anyway, I just wanted to share that perspective and how I really hope some of these children who were diagnosed earlier in life were able to get a better outcome. But we are happy for what he has and for how he's doing at this point.
Sure. Jennifer, thank you for sharing. And I can't imagine how difficult the decision was, but I'm so glad to hear that he is seemingly doing better on multiple fronts. Getting the care that he's getting now. So I just want to kind of maybe have you recap for us, if I may, so it was, really, not just behaviors that led to, him, you deciding to place him, in the group setting and for the additional care, but really a whole series of complex medical issues with the curvature of the spine, the GI vomiting issues. I don't think you mentioned seizures specifically, but really a constellation of care that was just beyond what could be, taken care of in the home.
Right. The seizures were every day. He was going through about three to six doses of rescue med weekly.
Wow.
On top of just his normal head dips and eye flutters, and all of those had been happening for years. At night, he would have 20 to 40 tonic seizures that were like about 30 seconds to a minute and a half. Sometimes those would turn into the obtundation status that would cluster for up to, I think the longest was 3 hours. So sometimes we would transport, but he would come out of it on the right, and it would start again when they brought him back home. And the seizures are there. The seizures are as everyone else describes. They have not gotten better. One of the very newest therapies has actually made a big difference in that, combined with the smarter VNS. Right. And so at this point, he is only getting rescue meds about weekly, and that's a huge acceptable stabilization for us. He does have seizures all day, every day, so that is part of life. At this point, it's the fact that prevents us from doing everything we need to do to have him have a quality of life.
I see.
And physical situation, physical health, where he can improve that and he can have a more independent living. So it's really that combination. The seizures are what prevent a lot of the other things that we need to do to keep the quality of life and keep the development. When those seizures prevent you from doing what you need to do to keep them walking and talking and having social interactions and having their bowels moving and their bones staying straight and their muscles keeping their joints in place, and them surviving surgeries, it really does come down to those seizures that affect the quality of life that others with disability can still enjoy. So it's really that combination. I remember hauling him to the bathroom with a nurse, with me holding his arms and her holding his legs, and us rolling him into the bathtub because he hadn't bathed in a week and he refused to move. And so, that's while we were waiting for equipment to try to be able to do something with our home and keep him here, but we realized that wasn't what was best for him.
Right.
Anyway, any other questions that I might be able to cover?
No, I mean, I think that's so valuable what you just shared, helping put the seizures into context of the broader range of issues and how it makes, even handling and living with those so much harder. So thank you so much, Jennifer. I do want to broaden, this discussion. I had a number of different questions for us to contemplate, but before doing that, I want to check in to see if we've had any other web comments on this topic of symptoms and health concerns.
Yeah, I can read a few, and I think it's going to help us transition to our next topic pretty seamlessly. So these are topics related to seizures, but really some of the triggers that families are navigating with seizures. So Christy Grayson from Georgia writes in, the 3 symptoms that impact my son's life the most are exhaustion, heat, and his environment. And then Adrian from Ridgewood, New Jersey writes in that nocturnal seizures and light sensitivity are the symptoms that have the biggest impact on her son, or on my son. And then this last one comes from Jessica in Melbourne, Florida. And she said, for the top 3 symptoms, I selected seizures, behavior, and hyperthermia. Hyperthermia has such a great impact on my son because he cannot go to recess with his peers, play sports, and often cannot even go outside during the summers here in Florida. Even with adaptive clothing like an ice vest, he's been unable to tolerate a day at the beach, fishing with his dad, or attending outdoor events.
Right. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you to everybody for writing in and for our callers. I want to Now, as you kind of broaden the discussion, of course, we want to keep hearing about the symptoms and health concerns, but I want to learn a little bit about how those impact daily life for your loved ones. And of course, we've already started to hear about this, but to get us thinking on this topic, we're going to go to another polling question. So go ahead and pull out your phones, open up your browser, open that tab that you have in your computer browser, go to pollev.com/Dravet. Our question here is, what are the specific activities that are most important to you and your loved one that they are not able to do or struggle to do due to Dravet syndrome? And please select those top 3 activities that are impacted. So here, helping us understand, what we've been learning about this whole constellation of different health concerns and symptoms. What is that impacting in daily life? Those most important activities that they're either not able to do or struggle to do. The options here are walking and ambulating, having a conversation, socializing with peers or siblings, self-care and chores, travel and vacationing, spending time outdoors, participating in social engagements or events, participating in sports and recreational activities, attending school or having a job, sleeping, or some other specific activity that is important that your loved one is just not able to do or struggles to do because of their Dravet. Again, this is difficult. Maybe most of all these things are impacted, but just try to think about what are the top ones in your loved one's specific experience, where they are at perhaps today, to try to help narrow that down to the top 3.
As we're seeing all these come across, I think what stands out to me is there just doesn't seem to be an area of life that is spared by Dravet syndrome, looking at these answers.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing responses. Again, these are top 3. So these are things that are really important, that are really impacted, and we are seeing answers across the board here. It seems like one maybe more prominent would be participating in social engagements and events. I think it's important to hear about what that means, if it's not able to participate at all, or are they able to participate but in just maybe a different way. We also see, again, having conversations, socializing with peers and siblings, and self-care and chores as other top impacts, perhaps a little bit ahead of some of the others, but really across the board, nothing. there's nothing that's not impacted. Veronica, absolutely. We also see some other things. So I want to encourage those of you who have identified something that we didn't have on our list to please call in, write in, share those experiences. So I want to come back to our Zoom panel, and now kind of expanding and thinking about this. Maybe we can come to you, Shannon. Thinking about impacts in daily life, activities that are hard or impossible to do. What stands out for you?
Hi, my name is Shannon. My husband Blaine and I have 3 children. Our oldest, Elena, is 16, and she was diagnosed with Dravet when she was 4 years old. We live in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're fortunate to have a great support network of families here. So I would say for us, just like everybody else has mentioned, it's progressed over time. At a young age, it was the worrying about the seizures. She hasn't had status since she was 19 months old. Now the seizures are very frequent, but we try to keep her life as normal as possible, especially for her siblings. So we still try to take vacations, and we go for hikes, and we know the more we keep her moving, we're hoping that will help her physical stamina and stability, and that she can keep those muscles strong, and maybe she won't have some of the issues that some children have. We're fortunate that at 16, she can do a lot of that. Our biggest struggles are behavior, and that really does impact a lot of life, just because it's hard to take her places sometimes, because you don't know when she might just throw a fit and throw herself on the ground and not want to do what you want her to do. And it can be hard for her siblings, because they see at home, kind of like Sophie mentioned with Elliot, that sometimes the siblings are the target, and they know, she knows she's verbal, she's limited, but she knows how to push their buttons. And so she really will, she likes to annoy them and drive them crazy. And she's become aggressive, especially with me, more so than anybody. So it's just gotten to be a challenge to take her places, and socially, because of her friends at school. She was with a higher functioning group, and she doesn't understand that she's different than those kids. And so she wants to form relationships, and she tries, but she doesn't always connect with them and doesn't understand why they're not connecting with her, which is both a blessing and a curse, I guess.
Right. So when you've mentioned a number of really important things, just maybe to focus on a couple of those. You mentioned that, because of, not being able, the unpredictability perhaps of, when a behavior is going to happen, I guess, can you maybe share some of the more, more important activities or things? I'm sure there's many in daily life, but what does that look like? What are some of those activities or places you haven't been able to go that you really would have liked to be able to take her to, that you haven't? And while you're maybe describing that, is there really any predictability at all? Can you tell if she's having a good day, or is that just not in the realm of a possibility?
Right. Like others have said, there's good days and bad days. Some days she wakes up happy and everything's great. And other days she wakes up mad at the world. And thankfully, she loves going to school. And so that's never an issue. She's always very happy to get up and get on that school bus and go to school. And that makes her happy. But a lot of days she comes home tired and she takes naps. And with the naps come seizures. Her seizures right now are only when she's sleeping. So, that can definitely cause problems. If she's really tired and we want to go somewhere, sometimes it's hard because she's just flat out grumpy. I mean, she likes to quote Daniel Tiger, and she'll say, "I'm mad and I'm grumpy." And that's just kind of, we just kind of have to adapt and go with the flow and realize that someday she's just going to be like that, and no amount of bribery is going to change it. Right.
And are there, how common are those days? I guess school days are most days of the week, but maybe on like weekend days, how many weekends, is she, happy and willing to go more with the flow, or how many, weekend days is she, mad and grumpy, and so doesn't want to go out and kind of is therefore staying home?
Yeah, we try to keep her going as much as possible and not let it get in the way. So it's really not even a specific number of days. It's more just, we see changes as we make medication changes, and, hey, we're trying this now. She may be more tired, or she may stop eating. And it's just, it's phases. And I feel like we're always so close to finding the balance of the seizure control, the eating, the nutrition, the behavior. Like, we're always just on the cusp. But now we've been in that state for like 5 years, where I always feel like we're one small med change away from finding the perfect combo. And unfortunately, we're still battling. So one of these days we will find it, though. We will find it.
Yes. Well, thank you, Shannon. Danielle, I want to bring you into the conversation. The impacts on daily life, what activities that are important have been most limited?
Hi, so my name is Danielle. I live with my husband, Andrew, in Staten Island, New York, and our family consists of us and my daughter, Anna, who is a super big sister, and my son, Johnny, who is 3 and has Dravet syndrome. It's interesting to me to listen to all the panelists because they've been talking a lot about behaviors, and I mean, Johnny is 3, so I think there's a lot of grace with behavior. So it's actually not one of my top concerns.
Sure.
Mine are having a conversation. He still is it's weird to say he's nonverbal because he makes an awful lot of noise throughout the day, but he doesn't really have meaningful words. And you could tell it's like he wants to communicate with us and tell us things, and he just can't get it out. And then one of the other things that we're really struggling with at this moment, and it's funny because Aaron early had mentioned seasons, and I feel like that's such a good way to look at things. It really is ebbs and flows, is sleep. Sleep right now is a disaster. Where some nights we sleep really good, and some nights we're up for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. And I have racked my brain trying to figure out, are we going to bed too early? Should you have a nap, not have a nap? Were we busy enough for this? And I am going crazy to try to find a pattern, and I can't. So we're tired around here, and it's stressful, with a a child that maybe doesn't have Dravet syndrome, they have a bad night's sleep. Okay, you think they'll be grumpy, but now, exhaustion lowers that seizure threshold. So you're like, okay, he's tired. Is he going to have a bad day at school? Is he going to be tired at school? Should I bridge him? Should I give him a little more medicine? Is he getting sick? Is something coming? It's really been impactful. And I drink a lot of coffee. Thank goodness for coffee. But it's hard, and it can be very hard to get through the days, and the nights are becoming at some points almost dreadful.
Right. And has that been something that's been like gradually worsening, or has it been just kind of consistently unpredictable with these periods that are so hard to manage?
I feel it's consistently unpredictable. We'll have good stretches and bad stretches of sleep. We'll have 3 awful nights, and then maybe we'll have 1 or 2 good nights, or maybe we'll have a bad week or 2, but maybe it's not as bad as up 3 hours. Maybe it's a half hour. It's kind of all over the map, but it's consistently not good. And then I do talk to some other parents, and they'll say, "Oh, my child never was a good sleeper." And you kind of are like, well, is this Gervais? Is this medicine? Is it just I got bum luck with a kid that doesn't like to sleep? I don't, it's tough, and it's definitely a stressful thing. And it's an activity that definitely is impacting all of our lives, I think.
Right. And then maybe just circle back to something you said early on, which is, the kind of communication, and, he's got lots of sounds, so he's communicating in some way. But how does the issues with communication, impact what you're able to do together, what he's able to do, in terms of daily life?
I see that I don't know what he wants sometimes. Yeah. I think, as a mother of a child, I probably have definitely an edge on being able to figure it out more than the average person, but it limits also our ability to utilize caregivers, because unless it's someone that really knows him, and it's very different than, I always compare it to my older daughter, who we laugh, she's like a gallivanter. You could send her with anyone, she'll make friends with them, she'll talk to them, she'll let them know what she wants, what she needs. I have a very small, limited pool for Johnny of people that can care for him and help out, which, then translate also, he's in school now, which is great, and he has wonderful caregivers there that seem to have gotten a good handle on who Johnny is and what he needs. But, if I want to work a little bit extra, or run an errand, or even have a date night with my husband, unless it's that small little pool, right, we're a little bit more limited.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Danielle. I want to invite our audience to share their experiences with these impacts in daily life, these impacts on specific activities. You can dial in at any time, 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231. I see we have a caller. We have Janice from Illinois who wants to talk about her daughter's best days and worst days, and how all of that may impact activities in daily life. So, Janice, are you with us?
I am. Hi, I'm Janice Stanley. I'm from Wakanda. My daughter, Emily, is 22 years old, and I have 3 other children. And Sophie is well aware of our family because she's in a similar family situation. Kelly and Sophie had kind of grown up together. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of share Emily's best and worst days. Like I said, she's 22, so we've been through the gamut of the ups and downs. And when you were talking about, like the lady just now was talking about the speech delays and stuff, Emily couldn't talk for a long time, and now she talks a lot. So I'm very grateful that that is the path that took for her. But anyway, can you hear me?
We can, yes. No, so very interested to hear about Emily's best and worst days, yes.
Yeah, so her best days can be like she wakes up and she takes her medicine willingly, and we tell her she's going somewhere, she gets in the car and we drive to her program, and she gets out of the car and she kind of is happy and skips into the program, and she has a great day at the program, and then she comes home and, she eats the food and she, plays and is interactive and fun, and we go to bowling, or we go to an after, she's 22, so she's out of school now, but like an after program activity. and she does a great job, and, she goes to bed. And so we have some days like that, and they're great. And she's happy, she's smiling, she's talkative. So we have, days like that. But we also have the days where she wakes up, she doesn't want to get out of bed, she won't take her medication. She will usually go in the car to go somewhere, but then when we get there, she refuses to get out of the car. She will sometimes hit me, scream, pinch, do all the really aggressive behaviors with me. I typically will then get out of the car, and the people at the program will try and get her into the program. And for some reason, if we get her in the door and walk her over the threshold of the building, all of a sudden she's fine. She never has a problem in any programs. She gets into the building and she's great. But sometimes you just can't get her to go into the building at all. And then at home, her worst days is she's attacking me, physically running after me to hit me, and screaming at the top of her lungs. It impacts everyone in the family. I live with my mother and my mentally ill brother. We have another child who has Down syndrome.
Right.
And my son is terrified of her when she gets to be this way. And so that is probably the hardest part for me, is my child who has Down syndrome, who's sweet and loving and kind, is terrified of her. So it makes a very interesting dynamic in the family to have that impact on him.
Right. So Janice, if, just kind of, that's a very stark contrast between those good and bad days. And I'm sure, of course, there's days that are in between. Can you maybe give us a sense of what that might look like over, a period of a week or a month? Is she, those good days, bad days, or in between days, what does that breakdown look like?
Well, it's interesting because to get her into a program, Mondays are the worst. Just having that weekend break, getting her back into the program or whatever. And believe me, she loves going to the program, and she loves it when she's there. But if you ask someone outside of the door who's, hates it the most, it would be Emily. And then if you ask somebody inside the program, they say, oh, it's Emily, who loved it the most,
Right.
So that transition is it's just weird to me, because it's literally when she walks through the door of the building, if you can drag her or bribe her or, whatever. And then throughout the week, it seems to get a little easier. And then come the weekend, it throws her off for Monday again.
Right.
And so right now her program is Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And that's all they could get her in at this point with COVID and all this other stuff.
Right.
So almost every day is difficult to get her to go in.
Right.
And so I'm really looking forward to when it's more consistent.
I see.
But this has been, for many years, like camp in the summer. She gets to swim and play and do all these great things. She won't want to go.
Mm-hmm.
There's something, and I've been reading a lot about the brain and the cognition with behavior, and, that they're so much younger cognitively. And it's like, I'm no longer trying to reason with her. I find that doesn't ever work.
Right.
Like, I have to treat her like she's much younger. But some days it's just, and there's no rhyme or reason. There's, her seizures are pretty well controlled, and so that isn't really the impact of it. So I don't know why out of the blue one day it's much worse for her than another.
Sure. Absolutely. Well, James, this has been incredibly.
And then,
yeah, go ahead, please.
And then I was just going to say, but there are triggers. Like, for my husband is a great guy. I love him.
Right.
But he walks in the door and he immediately will go over and start messing with her. Like, not negatively messing with her, but just like, hey, Emily, how are you? And, and stuff. And it's like, she has this, like, negative reaction to that, and he just doesn't understand that that's kind of a trigger for her. And so that's another dynamic of the whole situation in our household, where he's a very loving guy and he wants her to love him, and
yeah, she just can't reciprocate in that same way.
It's an interesting thing because he's great with her and everything, but he doesn't understand the switch that happens when he comes home.
Right.
He thinks her behavior was bad all along, and so that's an interesting thing where and there's a girl at her program that is kind of a trigger for her too. This one particular girl, the same delay. And for some reason, Emily doesn't like when people aren't paying attention to the teacher. She thinks the people there are teachers. And whenever the girl takes a while to process something, Emily will yell at her and say, you need to listen to the teachers and do what they say or whatever. And so that's another interesting kind of thing about her. But
sure. Well,
anyway.
Janice, this has been incredibly helpful, understanding the kind of the patterns and consistency and how that can be triggers, but also some of those specific things within the day-to-day and particularly the family dynamics. So thank you so much. I do want to check in. I see that we've been getting some written comments. So Veronica, what are we seeing from the web?
Yeah, so we had a comment from Christy from Grayson, Georgia, that says, I think the thing that frustrates me most is that I will continue to have to disappoint him and tell him no to things that a typical toddler and school-aged kid is able to do. And then we heard also Lucy from Minnesota writes to say, one of the worst parts is the social isolation. Because illness and excitement frequently cause seizures, we avoid meeting people, going places, socializing, because when an outing starts with a seizure and a 2-hour sleep off or worse, it leads to illness and hospitalization, so it never seems worth it. But everyone needs socializing, so it's emotionally very difficult. And then I have Barbara from Boston, who writes, I think one of the hardest things is loss of spontaneity. We can't go anywhere without planning, food, toileting, rescue meds, oxygen, etc. Not to mention that it has to be a good day, which is impossible to predict. Seizures can ruin a day in a minute. With an adult age and size child, our ability to take him out has dramatically lessened with time.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing those. Maybe on this, while we're still focusing on what are the biggest activities that are important to you that are limited in your loved one's life, Sophie, would love to have you, we heard about, of course, some of the biggest symptoms and health concerns. What does that then look like in terms of those activities that are most impacted?
Yeah, I think looking at this list, I think every single one applies, which I didn't know it was the top 3, so I started clicking. I was like, I can only choose 3. So
right.
I kind of tried to prioritize it. I think with Elliot, the effects on sleep are huge for him. I think, him and my parents, because as his caregivers, if he's not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And that can also just impact his ability to participate in things the next day. Kind of like people have been saying, planning for anything feels somewhat impossible, and yet you have to plan everything because you want to plan for an outing on Saturday. But then if he has a seizure at 2 a.m., then he's going to sleep until noon or something. So that can have a really big impact on his daily life. And then the social isolation has really kind of stood out to me as well. Both, I think it was socializing with peers, but also just participating in social activities.
Right.
And I think both the seizures and the behavior contribute to his inability to do those things, and the communication. And there's so many pieces that prevent him from participating in those things.
And what's an example, just for him that, it would be great if he could do, but, he's not able to in terms of socialization or social activities?
He's just a very social young adult, and he wants to have friends, but he doesn't know how to have friends or how to communicate. He definitely connects better with younger children because that's kind of the level that he is at.
Right.
But what scenarios are available that a 22-year-old man is like hanging out with young kids. It's not really an option.
Yes.
But he's also kind of unable to participate in, like, school was always kind of hard for him. He always did half days at school because of like the medications would make him really tired. So he'd go home early for a nap. So I'm imagining that as he's getting older and we're looking for like day programs or something like that for him, that's going to be kind of the same challenges. The behavior is going to impact his ability to participate in those things.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sophie, and Aaron, maybe to just also give us a glimpse. Again, you've shared some of those top symptoms and health concerns. What does that translate to in terms of limitations, in terms of those important activities?
Lionel is very interested and very active, and in another life, instead of our money being spent on, therapies and different treatment options, it would be the different activities he wants to be involved in.
Right.
And unless you're the parent of a young child, you don't realize that now it's February, so summer camp signups are happening, and he would love to be able to go to some just little day camps, but without having one-on-one supervision, which camps don't provide. And we are not eligible for additional services at this time. We have to be very, very resourceful. Thankfully, we live in an area that does have a lot of opportunities, but it does limit what he can go out and do. And what happens is he's most often doing adapted therapy sessions turned into little day camps, so that he has a one-on-one with him, whether that be the therapist, whether that be, we have a wonderful camp that has a nurse on staff. You can't just expect that they'll know how to handle a seizure should it occur, or the supervision. He's 7, he wants independence, but he has to be supervised, both for the seizure safety, but also because of the distractibility, and he could just kind of wander off and get involved in something else.
Right. So you said he would be he'd be very interested in like these day camps, and so you have this somewhat adapted version of some of those activities. Are there certain activities he's drawn towards? Is it, exploring outdoors, certain, games, whatever it might be? Just help me understand, what would he be interested in? What does he actually get to do in some of those adapted kind of versions?
He would be a goalie for any kind of sports team possible, but his mother is not going to allow soccer balls or hockey pucks to fly at his head. So he right now is a huge cheerleader and supporter. So we do try to get him to major sporting event games when we can. But again, we're working around nap schedules and making sure we pack the extra medication. And he right now is thrilled to be able to cheer, but we always have an exit strategy. What happens should a seizure occur? We live in a beautiful area full of outdoor activities, but you can't go hiking too far because what if an emergency occurs and you need a quick outing? How am I going to get this 7-year-old who's not all that big? I can still pick him up for now, but can I pick him up and get him down the hiking trail?
Sure.
He would love to be riding his bike, which we celebrate that he learned how to ride a bike last summer. I know that's a huge thing for him and for those in our community, but I won't let him be on his bike unless I'm right there with him, because just in the event that a seizure could occur, he gets distracted and he needs some immediate assistance. It's just that needing that supervision that is really hard for the kids to have all the time.
Right. No, absolutely. Thank you, Erin. So I'm going to take us to our final polling question here in a moment, but I do want to just check, Veronica, if there's any other comments that you want to share at this point.
Yeah, so Morgan from Oceanside, California writes in that the prevalence of his nocturnal seizures affects every aspect of our lives. This has been the hardest seizure type to treat with existing therapies. Every single night he has seizures in his sleep, so in addition to all of the other comorbidities of Dravet syndrome, he's robbed of the basic human necessity of getting a good night's sleep. And this impacts our entire family as it is hard to function on so little sleep day after day. And then I had another one that I thought was really relevant to the discussion we've been having. It came in from Eduardo in Washington, D.C., which is that myoclonic seizures probably are the most impactful because it keeps Carolina from living a semi-normal life. She can't walk on hard surfaces, and we have to keep her away from sharp corners because of fear of a myoclonic that would tumble her to the ground. Her walk is also unbalanced, which means she is more likely to fall and hurt herself.
Yeah.
I think just a lot more examples of having to restrict activities.
Right. Yeah, well, thank you for sharing those. You know, such a broad range of impacts, and for so many different reasons, the different symptoms we had heard about earlier. So we have heard a lot about what you all have been living with and dealing with on a daily basis. We now want to turn to our final polling question. So you can take those phones back out, go to that tab you had in another browser, go to pollev.com/Dravet. Here we want to think about, you know, the future and what might be to come. What are your worries that you have about your loved one's condition in the future? And again, we're asking you to select the top three. So I know, yes, you probably could go down the list and check them all. So try to think about those that are your greatest worries for the future for your loved one. The options here are the stress of not knowing how Dravet syndrome will progress, worry about long-term effects of seizures, the burden of uncontrolled seizures and status epilepticus, how they will be cared for and maintain access to resources as they get older, worsening cognitive and intellectual impairment, worsening movement and balance problems, chronic infections, worsening nutrition issues, premature mortality, including sudden unexpected death and epilepsy, or some other worry that you have about your loved one's condition in the future. Again, please select your top three. So as you're thinking about these and putting them down, please think about the why. You know, what came to your mind that made you tick off, for example, those of you who currently, it looks like the top ranked kind of worry for the future is how they will be cared for and maintain access to resources as they get older. You know, given where your loved one's at, you know, in terms of their age, their journey with Dravet, what are you specifically worried about in terms of care and access to resources? We see as perhaps the second ranked worry for the future, premature mortality, and after that, the stress of not knowing how Dravet syndrome will progress. But again, like with many of these questions, we're seeing a broad range of top responses, and here top worries for the future, with worsening, cognitive and intellectual impairment, worsening movement and balance problems, even just the daily burden of the uncontrolled seizures and status epilepticus, but even other things. So now in this final period of time we have here in our morning session, we'd love to hear and understand what is driving your worries, what is coming to your mind. You can call in and share those experiences at 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. But I'm going to turn back to our Zoom panel here. And maybe, Danielle, you can start us off on this question. In terms of worries for the future, and again, I totally can appreciate that you probably could check all of those off, but what would you say is a top worry for you?
Yes, most of them, but I think, and it's interesting because, you know, my guy is the youngest, I think, that we've kind of heard about so far. But I am already worried about how he's going to be cared for and maintain access to resources as he gets older. Even right now, he's in where we live in New York for children with needs. He's in something called CPSE for preschool. And then I don't know off the top of my head the next special needs support system we will move into for when he's for kindergarten and the services he will get there. And it's, you know, I feel like you have to always be fighting to make sure you get what you need. And it's hard sometimes to try to explain Dravet syndrome to people. You know, is it seizures? Is it, you know, it's so multifocal. It just does, like, say, oh, my son has Dravet syndrome. Like, that is so far from capturing all of what that involves. Most people are just like, oh, okay, he has a syndrome, you know. So many people tell me, oh, well, he might grow out of his seizures, you know, and then you, right, I see everyone, you know,
Yeah, hard.
and I'm like, no, I don't think that's going to be what's going to happen for him, you know. And then they're like, oh, well, he'll catch up with his peers. And I'm like, maybe he will. You know, I hope he still progresses, but will he ever fully catch up? I don't think it's realistic for me to expect that will happen. I always hope, but, you know, hope and expectations are different.
Sure.
So that the resources and just navigating this system of special needs, which is foreign to me. I don't work in it. I haven't had anyone in my family with it. So that is something that does worry, to make sure that I'm doing everything for him that will help him thrive and live the best life he can live.
Sure. So as you think about that, it sounds like you're really, of course, it's the stress of figuring out how to do that, and you know, that's a real burden on you, but also this worry that if you're not able to successfully get that care, what that will mean for him, you know, in terms of, you know, what that, you know, will mean for his Dravet syndrome and how he participates in life. Any thoughts on that, those worries that you might have, you know, in terms of how that could impact him in his life?
Absolutely. You know, as I mentioned earlier, he's still nonverbal. Is the speech support he's getting enough? Should I be pushing for more? Will it make a difference? Will it not? You know, I'm relying on the experts to evaluate and make their recommendations. And I trust a lot of these people, but they also, you know, some of these recommendations are based on a snapshot they have with my son. If they get him on a good day, maybe they don't think he needs as much as he needs,
right.
You know, so it definitely is, you know, a little mind worry game that keeps me going.
Absolutely.
Quite a bit.
Thank you, Danielle. I do see we've been getting some written comments on this, so I'm going to check in with Veronica quickly over here.
Yeah, I'll just try to choose it. We've been getting many, so I'll try to choose a few that kind of display some of the gamut and echo some of what we've already been hearing. So Christy Grayson from Georgia writes in, death is something I fear for my son. Not death in and of itself, but for the reasons of my son not living a long and full life. Wondering if the next status seizure he has will bring him to take his last breaths on this earth. And then Barbara from Sudbury, Massachusetts writes, what worries me most is his total need for care and who will provide it in a loving and caring way that meets our standards of care. What will happen if he outlives us? What will the burden be on his sibling in the future? How can we plan well for his future, knowing that he will never get better? And then here, another comment exemplifying another aspect of concern and worry is Tyler from Trumbull, Connecticut, who writes in, one of the major, sorry, I just lost my screen, here we go. One of the major challenges we deal with concerns keeping our son, who's 3, safe at night. He has many seizures that do not stop unless there's a medical rescue, and this presents the risk of an hours-long seizure that could easily cause brain damage or death.
Right. Wow. So many different concerns. I think that is, you know, helps to hear, you know, about each of them and that why, you know, what is really going through people's minds as they, you know, are worried, you know, whether it's mortality or care in the future or something else. Mandy, as you think about, what might be the top worries or fears for the future, what is top of mind for you?
Well, without a doubt, it's the care for the future, just like Danielle said. And so, yeah, even at age 3, I was worried about it. At age 12, I'm worried about it. It's more so because I see how I'm changing and I see how he's changing.
Right.
It's not really meshing
Right.
yet. I'm the only one in the whole planet who knows everything about him.
Right.
And all the details about him. And I've been trying for the past couple years to kind of push that off and train people. And it has solidified my conclusion that there is absolutely no one on the planet who can take my place, except for all these moms here. But they've got their own plate. So maybe we need to, we've often joked about just creating our own little Dravet world where we can all just make this haven for our children and help each other out. But yeah, he's the youngest of our family. And so he might outlive all of us.
Right.
But then he might not. So that was the second one.
Right.
Because every morning I wake up and just am so joyful to see his smile. It is a miracle to wake up and see him every morning. And so there's this dichotomy of I want him to live, but not without me.
Right. No.
That's definitely it. And then the third for me was the progression of the disease. So like I said earlier, when I see the seizures changing, is this progression? Is I know of one other child who about this age, his autonomic functions were caving.
Right.
Is that what I'm seeing? And that, this child that I'm thinking of was put on hospice, because he was, so is that where I am? It's just, you're always trying to figure out what's going on.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Mandy. Shannon, just to hear another voice, another perspective, even if it is some of the same concerns, very interested to hear what worries you the most.
Well, I think like everybody else has said, it's just what will happen in the future, who will take care of her. She's only got 5.5 years left of formal school. And what's going to happen the day she turns 22 and we say, guess what? You don't get to go to school anymore. You get to stay home with mommy all day. And how am I going to handle having her 24 hours a day without a break? And what am I going to do to keep her so she's not sitting on the couch all day with the iPad, to keep her physically active and to keep her engaged so that she can, continue to, hopefully read and make some progress in those ways. So, I think that's just a huge concern for all of us. And then, like everybody else said, it's the other edged sword, which is what happens the day she doesn't wake up, and how do I go on then? And a few weeks ago, she had a seizure on the couch, and I asked my 13-year-old son, I said, hey, go check and see if Elena's breathing, half joking and half not joking. And my 8-year-old looked at me, she's like, why wouldn't she be breathing, mommy? And I was like, well, sometimes that happens with a seizure. She may stop breathing. She's like, but you never told me that was a thing. And so, that's led to some hard conversations with her siblings too, about how, we don't want you to have the burden of having to take care of her, but at some point we're all going to have to, in the future, come up with a plan for what happens when we're not here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shannon. So I think as we kind of wrap up this session on what it is to live with Dravet, and we've been hitting on some of these worries for the future, as Veronica mentioned, there's been a lot of written comments coming in, so I think we should let's end and hear just a few more perspectives on this.
Yeah. So I'll start with someone, to get another young perspective, like Danielle, someone with a young child. So Jennifer from Verona, Pennsylvania, wrote in that prolonged seizures are a top concern for our 21-month-old daughter, Cora, as they usually require medical intervention. We fear her vomiting from the seizure, which has led to aspiration. So more fears around seizures. And then, I've gotten many, many more about that fear of the future that we've really hit home. So I'll read another one, but just know this is representative of probably 10 more comments on here saying, so we have Eduardo from Washington, D.C., saying her ability to continue going to school, continue learning and developing, ability to live independently, and whether she can have friends that appreciate her. We're also worried about who will take care of her as we grow older, and to try not to put that burden on her younger neurotypical sister. So just, lots more worries, both about the immediate, like seizures, but then also about that long-term care, the unknowns.
Yeah, well, thank you to everyone who has written in. Thank you to our callers, and thank you to Danielle, Sophie, Mandy, Aaron, and Shannon for spending this time with us to really, understand what it is to live with Dravet. At this point, we're going to take a 30-minute break. When we come back, we're going to pick right back up and continue to understand your experiences of your loved ones living with Dravet, with a focus on treatments, both the current treatments that you have, as well as your perspectives on future treatments. So the program will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We look forward to seeing you all then. Good afternoon. My name is James Valentine. I'm here in the studio with Veronica Hood from the Dravet Syndrome Foundation. And welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Dravet syndrome. We had a wonderful session this morning where we learned from all of you, the caregivers of individuals living with Dravet, of what that looks like, the symptoms and health concerns, the impacts on daily life, and your worries for the future. Now this afternoon, we have an opportunity to build on that and understand your perspectives on current treatments as well as your perspectives on future approaches to treatment. I'm going to share with you now some of the questions that we want you to think about as we move into this second session for the day. So some of the things to think about, we want to hear from you. What are you currently doing to manage your loved one's Dravet syndrome symptoms? As you share those different approaches, we want you to think not only about medicines, which of course we do want to hear about, whether that's medicines approved specifically for Dravet syndrome or medicines that are used off-label or to just treat, to treat the symptoms more broadly, but other types of management approaches and treatments as well, whether that's other medical procedures. This could be more holistic kind of approaches to treatment, for example, diet. This could also be lifestyle modifications, things that, anything that you do to make your loved ones living with Dravet syndrome a little easier. We want to hear about that, and that counts whenever we talk about treatments. All of that falls under that bucket. So as we explore that broad range of different treatments, we want to hear how well do those things actually treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of Dravet syndrome. All those things that you discussed with us this morning, what is actually helping in terms of helping with those symptoms, and what maybe is not helping as much or as fully as you would like. We also want to understand, particularly with medical treatments, no treatment comes without some risks. So we want to know about what are the most significant downsides to your loved one's current treatments, and how do those downsides affect their lives. So whether that's those side effects or potential risks of drug treatments, perhaps burdens related to keeping up with a certain treatment regimen or what is involved in that treatment regimen, whatever you may view as a downside, we want to hear about. And then once we spend some time exploring those current treatment approaches you have, we want to think about the future and understand, while we all would want a cure for Dravet syndrome, if a next treatment approach was coming along short of that complete cure, what specific things would you be looking for in that next ideal treatment? Maybe put another way to think about this are, what would be your treatment goals on top of what you have currently available? So just like in the morning, to get us started in thinking through these issues, we have a panel of your peers, fellow caregivers who will be sharing their experiences on these topics. We have Morgan, John, Gloria, Kate, and Mikkel. Morgan, take it away.
I'm Morgan Turpin, and I live in San Diego, California with my husband and 2 children. My oldest child, Shane, is 9 years old and was diagnosed with Gervais syndrome when he was 2. When he was 3, his seizures started rapidly worsening in frequency and duration, and we were using rescue medication almost every day to stop them. We knew we needed to do something drastic to help him because he had already failed several first and second line therapies for Gervais. Through my research, I found out about a phase 2 clinical trial that was happening in New York. A work colleague was able to provide me with the email address of the neurologist running the trial, and I reached out to him directly. He suggested we come out to New York so he could run some testing on Shane and we could discuss his eligibility for the trial. Not long after that email conversation, we got on a plane for a 6-hour flight from San Diego to New York. At the time, Shane was experiencing multiple seizures every day, especially in sleep, and severe behavioral issues while awake. We needed him to sleep on the plane to make it through the long flight without meltdowns, but we knew the risk was that he would have seizures in his sleep. As we expected, he fell asleep and started convulsing. There are not many words to describe the sheer terror of witnessing your 3-year-old seizing at 30,000 feet in the air. We shielded him from view of flight attendants for fear they would force an emergency medical landing. He had multiple seizures during the flight, and we had to administer rescue medication to slow them down. It was a huge relief when we finally landed at JFK Airport, though our journey was just beginning. We stayed in Manhattan for 10 days while Shane underwent multiple tests. He had a Holter monitor, a sleep study EEG, and a 72-hour ambulatory EEG. He had 7 tonic-clonic seizures during the night of the sleep study alone, so it was made very clear through this testing that he was in rough shape. We met with the neurologist and discussed the upcoming clinical trial. It was determined that Shane would be eligible, so now we had a decision to make. The flight home looked very similar to the flight out. It was long and filled with multiple seizures. The flight attendants kept coming to check on us, but we assured them that we had it handled. Somehow, we avoided an emergency medical landing for a second time. When we returned home, we were faced with one of the hardest decisions we have ever had to make, whether to enroll him in the trial in New York or not. We had to consider the enormous risks of the trial, the burden on his fragile body of having to travel across the country once a month during cold and flu season, and the overwhelming cost of travel, which was not reimbursed by the sponsor. We had to weigh these risks against limited available evidence that this drug would significantly reduce the number of seizures he was having to improve his quality of life. There was also a lack of guarantee at the time of enrollment on how long the open label portion would last, so we could put him through all of this and possibly lose access to the drug after only a few months. In the end, we decided the risks were greater than the potential reward, and we chose to not pursue enrollment in that trial. Instead, we enrolled him in a different trial at our local hospital that was farther along and had stronger available evidence to suggest this drug could make a noticeable difference in his seizure control. Though the travel burden was reduced immensely, this trial still came with its own set of challenges. The appointments were often 6 hours long and required one of us to take the entire day off work to attend. The blood draws were traumatic for Shane and required us to hold him down for the procedure while he screamed in agony. There were many times that he had a seizure directly following the blood draw. We had to collect a urine sample each time, and for a child who is not potty trained and unable to go on command, this often meant an extra 1 to 2 hours at each appointment spent waiting around for him to void. After all the procedures and tests and questionnaires, we would return home from these appointments completely exhausted. Despite all that we put him through, we did not achieve the result we hoped for. He still has a high number of seizures every day that disrupt his quality of life. Though we no longer administer rescue medication every day, he still has severe seizures frequently that require us to use it much more often than we would like. As a parent, there's a feeling of desperation to find something to help them, and this often means looking outside the box at therapies that are not yet approved. However, the decision to participate in a clinical trial is not one that can be taken lightly. While there is a chance their condition could improve, there is also a chance that you could put them through all of this and their condition could worsen. In addition to factors like travel, cost, and time, we must also weigh the risks versus the potential benefits. And sometimes these risks are not as apparent until you're 30,000 feet in the air.
Hello everyone, my name is John Keating and I'm a father to Charlotte Keating, an 18-year-old Dravet child. I'd like to tell you more about her journey. Charlotte's first seizure activity occurred on August 26, 2003 at 4 months of age, and on the same day as her second round of vaccinations. She had a prolonged generalized tonic-clonic seizure lasting longer than 45 minutes, resulting in a 5-day hospital stay in the pediatric ICU. Just 2 weeks after that, she had her second episode of life-threatening status, where she once again was admitted into the pediatric ICU. Over the course of the following weeks, Charlotte experienced multiple episodes of life-threatening status. Sadly, her seizures would continue. Charlotte spent the next 5 years trying and failing different medications, such as Tegretol, Depakote, Zonegrin, Topiramate, Lamictal, Felbutol, and Keppra. Each time trying and failing. These were big events and ones that gave our family stress. You never knew if the medication was going to help, work less, or have more side effects. And this was a source of stress. We looked for help across the country to find solutions. We flew to New York, Detroit, Colorado, all for promising tests or promising physicians. We continued to work the next 10 years with Dravet leaders such as Dr. Orrin Davinsky, Dr. Knupp, and Dr. Eric Marsh. The progress was still slow. We continued other treatments, such as the modified Atkins diet. However, with little success. Our family continued to be aggressive. We looked to import stiripentol from France as a compassionate use drug, as we were out of options. Stiripentol was one of the medications at that time that had been studied in Dravet children, albeit overseas. While we did see some impact, it also quickly waned. Our next option was to import Onfi from Canada and to combine with stiripentol. At that point, we did see some good results in the beginning and gave us some hope. However, one of the issues with Dravet syndrome patients, or at least for Charlotte, is that one medication is unlikely to be enough. We've been dealing with multiple anti-epileptic drugs for Charlotte from the beginning. This makes it hard to manage side effects as well as to understand how to sequence or cycle medications. But this is our reality. As Charlotte lost some of her seizure control with Onfi and stiripentol combination, we began looking for investigational clinical trials. Charlotte was entered into the Epidiolex CBD clinical trial prior to approval, and this is one of the best years of our lives. Charlotte had a seizure-free interval of 1 year, 5 months, and a day. As excited as we were, as wonderful as that time was, it did end. We started to see increased seizure frequency, and that became unmanageable. Now we were back looking for options, and that is currently Fintepla. Charlotte is currently on all 3 approved FDA medications and has tried all 4. As I said, one drug is unlikely to be enough. However, I want to say I'm very thankful for the FDA for reviewing and improving these medications, but I also want to encourage the FDA to continue to work with companies and researchers to try to be even bolder, to think faster about clinical trials or newer relevant endpoints, ways to provide more options. And here's why. We have yet to figure out what drug or combinations or drugs work well for Dravet children. Some childs have great responses to one, and some do not have any response. We have no ways to predict success of treatments. Having more treatment options is important, full stop, and having more research is important, full stop. Also, as we see diagnosis and care improve, more Dravet children will be living longer and into adulthood, just like Charlotte. They will continue to be refractory to medication as they age and will most likely need more options. The base fact is Dravet children need options. Lastly, Dravet children have seizures, but they also have other issues from the disease as well as the medications, such as cognitive impairment, adverse events, behavior challenges. Finding options that can really positively impact quality of life is also important. All of these are reasons for the FDA to help us continue to support these wonderful individuals. I know that we often talk about benefit risk of medication, but it's also important to note that risk of having no options at all is also real. Charlotte is an 18-year-old who attends her high school, dances with a ballet group, plays basketball and baseball. Despite her significant cognitive delays and continued seizures, she's very much a teenager who enjoys life, listening to music on her iPhone and spending time with her friends. She just needs more options. Thank you.
My name is Gloria, and I live an extraordinary life. My family and I live every day with the kind of uncertainty most people dream about and few get to experience. A life where nothing can be planned, where daily living is limited to moments, and the only hope for a good day is a seizure-free day. I'm talking about the extraordinary life we live with my 9-year-old daughter, Grace, who is living with Dravet syndrome. When you look up the meaning of the word grace, you get many different versions of effortless movement and dignity. But what I know to be true is that grace is what God gives you when you don't deserve it. A spontaneous gift that was totally unexpected and undeserved. This is my daughter, Grace. She is unstoppable. She's a warrior. She is amazing. And while some people may see Grace's life as a struggle, she has a way about her that teaches the meaning of resilience and a love for life that I may never experience. We tried very early in Grace's life to find a good treatment, something that would make the days a little less uncertain and more bearable than the 400+ seizures a day and multiple emergency room trips a week that Gervais was handing her in her first year of life. After meeting with 5 neurologists and failing 4 medications before she was 2 years old, we entered the Epidiolex trial. Being included in a double-blind placebo trial gave us no guarantees. We were scared to do the wrong thing, but even more afraid to do nothing. So we put our faith in this new medication and we prayed for fewer seizures for Grace. Luckily, our experience with Epidiolex was good and the side effects were minimal. Her seizure count decreased to approximately 25 a week, and we felt as if we met Grace finally for the first time. So we started planning Grace's life. However, over the next 3 years, her seizure activity began to increase by around 50%, along with new myoclonic and atypical absent seizures, so we had to find another alternative. With the help of Dr. Michael Perry, Grace began Fintepla, and once again we were so pleased to see a decrease in seizure activity and even some seizure-free days. But then we had to juggle with side effects. Grace's struggles to keep weight on during the introduction of Fintepla meant her already low appetite decreased. Unfortunately, Fintepla did not give her the continuous seizure freedom that we had hoped for. And she still struggles with her verbal skills with her current speaking word count at 25 words. Dependency on these drugs means making changes to the medication routine could have life-altering consequences. A few months ago, after watching seizure activity increase yet again to weekly tonic-clonics, we decided to add stiripentol to her daily routine, and making that decision became 4 months before actually starting it. First, Grace slowly began to wean 2 other medications, so weight fluctuations, sleep disturbances, balance issues, and other communication problems all took over Grace's summer. Once added, stiripentol brought with it an overnight change. We didn't see the happy and smiling Grace anymore. She was an angry, wide-eyed child that rarely slept. She was irritable with everything and everyone around her. Her appetite suddenly increased as she became obsessed with eating and only playing with certain toys. She stopped making eye contact with us altogether and struggled even more to communicate. She cried every day, and without the verbal skills to express her needs, she became anxious about all the things that used to bring her joy. She was changed and not for the better. The light in her eyes was gone, along with the extraordinary life that we had been leading so far. So how do you decide that watching your child have seizures is better than the choice you have made to try a new medication? Weaning stiripentol was so hard on her little body that she had to go into the trauma center at Texas Children's Hospital. And how do you explain to a medical professional that you will fight their treatment choices when you know they can be harmful? How can you make them understand that they should listen to the broken-hearted mother standing in front of them with nothing to show for herself but a handful of rescue medication and a heart full of guilt? Living with the guilt of this decision will continue to affect all future decisions I make for Grace. Will we take another leap to try something new ever again? And will we be able to live with ourselves if we don't? Our hope will always be to give Grace a life without limits, and most important, no seizures. Grace should have a life where she can play outside, make friends, and learn, where being excited doesn't mean a trip to the hospital or missing family events. An extraordinary life without seizures is all we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Hintz, mother to my daughter Morgan, who is 11 years old. She lives with her mom and dad, 2 cats, and 2 dogs here in the Hudson Valley area of New York. Morgan's first seizures began extremely early, at only 8 weeks old, and we received her genetic diagnosis a few months later. Morgan's needs are extensive. In order to care for her in the home, we have nursing services, in addition to numerous pieces of specialized equipment, including a transport wheelchair, a seating system, a motorized chairlift, an electric hospital bed with 3-foot safety rails, a stander, a gait trainer, a toileting chair, a bath chair, and we are currently remodeling a bathroom to be fully handicap accessible. As prescribed by her specialists, we have 2 suction machines, oxygen tanks, an oxygen concentrator, a pulse oximeter, a cough assist machine, a nebulizer machine, and a feeding pump. We receive ongoing monthly shipments from durable medical equipment companies, including incontinence, respiratory, gastronomy, and infusion supplies. For Morgan, therapies began early, at only 3 months old. I began driving Morgan to an outpatient pediatric therapy center for physical therapy through our state's early intervention program. Within a few months, we also received a referral for occupational therapy. Morgan had already started having seizures at this point. She would have clusters of seizures that lasted an entire day, sometimes several days. She was taking multiple seizure medications that seemed to have no impact aside from excessive sedation. When she started losing weight, we had to have a gastrostomy tube placed. We then added feeding, speech, and language therapy to her roster. When Morgan wasn't in the hospital, wasn't sleeping, and wasn't having seizures, we would try and get her to therapy sessions. Once at the therapy center, the bright fluorescent lighting or the sudden yells of excitement from other kids were enough to trigger a seizure, and we would have to pack up and leave early. I made dozens of phone calls trying to find early intervention therapists that would come to our home instead. Once she turned 3, Morgan was officially school-aged and was transferred from the early intervention program into our school district's Committee on Preschool Special Education, or CPSE program. The school performed evaluation tests on Morgan, and she was given PT, OT, speech and language, feeding, a teacher for the visually impaired, and a special education intern teacher, or SEIT. Because of her extensive therapy needs, and because her seizures were still uncontrolled, the school was unable to find a preschool program that would accept her. Instead, services would be provided in the home 5 days a week. At this time, Morgan was only just holding her head up. She could not sit independently and had no core strength whatsoever. We were incredibly lucky that a horse farm in our town had one of the very few certified hippotherapists in southern New York. Hippotherapy is therapy on a horse with a certified PT or OT and 1 or 2 additional spotters. At her first session, she could barely support her head under the weight of the helmet. So we got her a lighter helmet and went once a week if the weather permitted. Morgan was paired with a beautiful brown male horse named Smokey. Smokey was older, rather slow, and rather overweight. His deliberate and rambling gait would shake Morgan up from head to toe, and the effect on Morgan's core strength was remarkable. 2 years after starting hippotherapy, Morgan rolled over and started sitting up at 4.5 years old. 2 years later, Morgan pulled herself up and out of her wheelchair and stood up by herself. Unfortunately, Morgan has grown too big for hippotherapy sessions at this center, and we are searching for a new program that will accept her at her current weight. We had another breakthrough with a little-known technique called medic therapy. Medic was developed in the 1970s specifically for infants diagnosed with brain injuries. I have never seen the muscles in her legs shake with effort as they did in these sessions. It left her exhausted. But it was this therapist that got Morgan to take her first steps at 8 years old. She can now take forward steps while someone holds her hands. This has improved the quality of her life immensely, as she can now assist with weight-bearing transfers and take steps around her home and around the classroom. We are no longer receiving medic therapy because the studio was forced to close at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Now at 11 years old, Morgan attends a specialized school for medically and developmentally complex children with the assistance of a nurse. She still receives multiple therapies during the day. Only making small, occasional gains in her development means there is no end in sight for these services. She is years behind her peers, both physically and cognitively, and will stay dependent on others for care for the rest of her life. Complicating the issue, there is no consistency or mandates of service between school districts, state programs, or federal waiver programs, meaning that services available to us here may not be the same for a family in a bordering town or county, and they are vastly different from state to state. Any plans for our family's future are now strictly dictated by our location, access to programs, therapies, and related services for Morgan. Thank you.
My name is Michael. I live in the Boston area, and I'm a technical program manager in the robotics industry. I'm also the mother of an adorable, clever, funny, sweet 4-year-old named Malcolm, who was diagnosed with Dravet syndrome 3 days before his first birthday. As his mother, I desperately read every bit of scientific literature and every Gervais community anecdote I can get my hands on to help me understand my son's body. My husband and I work with a team made of 2 neurologists, a dietitian, his pediatrician, an allergist, and an otolaryngologist to figure out how we treat Malcolm. I'm constantly on the lookout for new seizure triggers so I can mitigate them. I have my employer's pharmacy benefits account manager on speed dial so that insurance coverage is less of a roadblock. I analyze hundreds of pieces of data I keep in a spreadsheet to identify patterns and trends so we can make decisions about his care. And when it comes to decisions about Malcolm's care, I am absolutely terrified of guessing wrong. I went to engineering school, and in engineering school, I was trained not to fear failure because failure is how we learned. But as a mother, where my experiments and my failures are on my own son's fragile body, I fear failure. The choice to attempt a new therapy or a new medication, to change a dose or to wean it completely, it might result in glorious stretches of seizure freedom, it might do nothing at all, or it might make things worse. And worse can mean a lot of things. It can mean more seizures, but it could also be impact on liver function, appetite, growth, cognition, speech, behavior, sleep, so much more. That's not to even mention the impact on our family. And if I guess wrong in making a decision about his care, the stakes are excruciatingly high. If medication changes had a tight feedback loop, this could almost be tolerable. In a perfect world, we'd try something new, and in a day or two, we'd be clear on whether or not it worked and whether or not any changes we were seeing were related. But instead, the feedback loop is months long. We have to titrate up to a target dose over many weeks. It may be a month or two before you can even begin to see what's going on. And then, of course, if things have become worse, you can't just stop. You have to wean. Weeks to start, weeks or months to see the impact, weeks or months to stop. That's not a tight feedback loop. Of course, things move faster if it's clear that the changes you're seeing are related to the medication you're experimenting with, but unfortunately, that's often not the case. When we try new treatments, it's because something is changing about Malcolm's seizure frequency, severity, or triggers, or types of seizures. So when we change something with the medication, it's really hard to figure out whether or not any new things we see are from that change, or because we're just seeing the ongoing disease progression for Dravet. In these situations, we agonize over backtracking, stopping, or increasing the medicine. And it's impossible to know what the right answer is at the time, and the cost of guessing wrong feels intolerably high. We recently went through exactly this with Epidiolex. My son developed new seizure types and triggers when he was 2.5, typical Dravet progression. We started Epidiolex with high hopes, but initially it seemed like it wasn't doing anything at all. But we stayed on it, continuing to be optimistic. After an illness-related seizure, his neurologist had us double the dose. Malcolm began having seizures at school for the first time a few weeks later, at which point his neurologist had us max the dose. Over the next several weeks, Malcolm became so incredibly sensitive to light and overexertion, we had blackout curtains over every window in our house, shades on our car windows along with a sun hat and dark sunglasses for him for even the briefest excursion outside the house. We couldn't actually take him outside for even 2 minutes, let alone actually play, because he would seize. We were constantly yelling at his older sister to stop playing with him inside because his heart rate would spike high enough that he'd seize. We had a conversation with his preschool about whether or not we needed to take him out because of how many seizures he was having at school and how many restrictions and accommodations he was requiring. My husband and I were in constant fear of letting down our guard, and our hearts would race every time our phones rang during the daytime out of dread that it was his school calling us to tell us he had seized again. One day, my husband actually ended up in the ER himself with an anxiety attack. It was a horrible, horrible 6-month stretch, culminating with Malcolm wrapping up his last day of the school year with a seizure after which he stopped breathing for almost a full minute. I found myself speeding to school on a FaceTime call, listening to his teachers asking me if they needed to start CPR. Once I calmed down after that day, I went back through my data and I realized that the worst of everything that had been happening correlated almost exactly to the Epidiolex titration and the dose increases. It took me that long. It took me 6 months of data that I needed to make that connection. 6 months of the 3.5 years my son had been alive. 14% of his life spent finding out that the medication that was supposed to help was making our entire family live miserable lives. So now I look at Malcolm's future, knowing that right now there's no long-term solution for Gervais, knowing that Gervais constantly keeps us guessing, and that the only thing we can count on is change. Think about the next time his current medication combination stops working, because it will happen, and potentially spending another half a year or more of our family's lives in anxiety, depression, and fear, and putting Malcolm at risk with the wrong decision. I'm desperately afraid of that next decision, and in desperate hope for a different kind of treatment to become available. As long as we're simply treating symptoms, families like mine will go through this trial and error over and over and over. We are grateful for newer Dravet-specific drugs, but realistically, We need disease-modifying therapies that will change the course of Dravet progression and whose effects will be long enough in duration that it will actually be worth the time, quality of life, and psychological investment for families to try them. Thank you for your consideration and for your time.
Thank you, Michael, as well as Morgan, John, Gloria, and Kate for sharing your loved ones' experiences with treatments and how it's not been so straightforward of a treatment experience, even with available treatments, and letting us know what that looks like in your daily lives. We want to invite you in our audience, if you would like to share some of your treatment experiences, whether it's things that have helped. I think that's where we're probably going to start our conversation. We invite you to dial in now. You can talk, dial in, we'll get you into the queue and bring you into the live discussion. If you dial at 1-703-844-3231, and that's 1-703-844-3231. But like before, we're gonna start and get our audience's experiences and get everyone thinking about this topic through a couple of polling questions. So if you've just joined us, you can access polling by going to pollev.com/Dravet. You can open that on your phone, on a separate tab in your browser. And throughout the rest of the afternoon session, as we advance through different polling questions at various times, those questions will automatically update and you can answer those questions. So here, we want to know, what are the medications or medical treatments that you've used either currently or previously to treat the symptoms associated with your loved one's Dravet syndrome? And here, select all that apply. This is focused on the medications and medical treatments. Our next polling question will focus on some of the non-medication and medical treatments. So this includes cannabidiol, CBD products, clozapam, clonazepam, ethosuximide, fenfluramine, avetroxetam, strychnol, typonurate or topiramate, zosamide, the ketogenic diet, modified Atkins diet, or clinically managed diet, VNS device, seizure rescue medications, medications to manage behaviors or psychiatric issues, medications to aid with sleep, investigational medicines such as in a clinical trial or expanded access, other medications not listed on this slide, or if you have not used medications or medical treatments recently, you can select that final option. Thanks for bearing with me. That's a long list of different treatments, potential treatments that this community has, and we want to know what are the different treatments that you use. As a reminder, when we see polling questions that you can select more than one option. That's not the percentage of people who are selecting an option, it's the percentage of total responses. And so you can kind of think of this as the bars by length as a type of ranking. So as it stands, we're seeing a wide range of use of all of these different treatments. Perhaps the greatest treatment that's used in this community are the seizure rescue meds, but followed closely by some of the other seizure medications with clobazam and levetiracetam.
Let's do levetiracetam. It's missing an L.
Oh, yeah, there we go. And so, we're seeing quite a bit of a wide range of different seizure medications being used here. We also are seeing that there's quite a bit of use of the ketogenic diet, modified Atkins diet, or other clinically managed diets, after, kind of more traditional drug medications. Here, we're seeing other medications, so we want to hear what those are as well. But what is, certainly striking is that, there's such a wide range of different medication treatments being used by this community. If we go to our next question, in this polling question, now going beyond those medications or more medical type treatments, direct medical type treatments that were used either currently or previously, here we want to know, what have you used to help manage the symptoms of Dravet syndrome beyond those? And here you can again select all that apply. So the options here are walking aids, acupuncture, non-prescription CBD or other cannabis supplements, physical therapy, occupational therapy, also speech therapy, other non-clinically managed dietary changes, behavioral or psychotherapy, use of sleep and seizure monitoring devices, seizure dogs, hippotherapy, which is horse riding therapy, or other. This is if something now has not come up across either the last polling question or this polling question, please let us know if there's other things that you and your loved one have tried to help manage their symptoms of Dravet syndrome. And again, if you're have not used anything to help manage symptoms, including things beyond medications, you can select that final option. So it looks like of these kind of, besides drug medications, we are seeing physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy as some of the top, treatments that are being used to help manage symptoms. We see that use of sleep and seizure monitoring devices is pretty common, as well as other dietary changes, and as well as other, CBD and other cannabis supplements. Again, everything here on the list, though, is being used by our audience, so we want to hear about this wide range. When I talked about the different questions we're going to be asking you to speak to, we want to know, about this wide range, not just the drugs, but if some of these things are helping, we want to hear about that. If we move to our third question, which is the last one we'll do at this point. So here we want to know, how well does your current treatment regimen control your loved one's disease overall? So this is including not just seizures, but also other symptoms. So thinking about your loved one's overall Dravet syndrome, how well does your, all of those different things we showed on the last two questions, how well is that controlling your loved one's disease? The options are not at all, very little, somewhat, to a great extent, or again, if you're not using any of those things, not applicable. And this is the kind of thing we're going to want you to expand on. When we're saying, most people are saying somewhat. What does somewhat mean for you or your loved one? Where is it helping? Where isn't it helping? Or helping as much as your loved one needs. So we'll give you a few more moments here to respond to this question. All right, so it looks like about 2/3 of our audience is saying that those current regimen, that those two lists of different management techniques and treatments are helping somewhat. We're seeing pretty close, about 15%. Are saying that it helps to a great extent, as well as about 15% saying that it helps very little. Only a few, under 5%, are saying that it's not helping at all. And what we've seen across all three of the last questions is nobody has reported that they're not using anything to try to help their loved one's disease. So keeping this in mind, we're now going to expand this discussion. Again, you can call in, you can write in. But we're going to start, and I'd like to welcome our panel of discussion starters who we have on live by Zoom. And perhaps, Lynn, we can start with you. I want to focus first on maybe things that are helping. What have you noticed that has helped, whether that's a little or a lot? So perhaps you can get us started on some of what were you thinking when you answered those questions.
Hi, I'm Lynn Mendonza, and I'm the mother of a child who's 5 years old, a daughter, Sasha Chettiar. We are originally from India, and we relocated to Canada when she was 2 for better access to stiripentol and hopefully newer medications. She was diagnosed when she was 1 year old. What's worked for us has been stiripentol with regards to controlling status seizures, which were super scary and kept us always hospitalized. As our seizures have changed, we're not on keto or any clinically managed diet, but definitely on a very much mom-managed diet. That is pretty restricted. We have therapies. Physiotherapy has definitely helped her during a certain age group. As of now, I think OT is helping her the most. Speech has been on and off. Nutrition, with Sasha, her food is like so important with regards to even seizure triggers or how she even responds some days and how she behaves some days. Like food can make her cranky, food can make her angry. I mean, it's I think for us these are the major changes. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lynn, there's obviously it's a hard. You're brave for being the first one to and you didn't really have a choice. I called on you, but there's so many different treatments. But one thing, while we're focused on maybe what has helped, you said OT seems to be, at least right now, helping the most. What did you mean by that? How are you noticing that it's helping?
So right now, so with her fine motor skills, I see her using her hands a lot more. Like there was a lot of weakness in the hands. There was overflow movement in the hands. She couldn't feed herself. And now the past couple of months, she started feeding herself, and just having your child eat by herself is a break. Is like, it's a wonder. Like, I never thought that would be something that would take me back. So that's why I said OT, like even carrying things across the room, balancing herself, like, just judging things, mostly the fine motor skills. That's why I said OT right now. But I think in the morning they spoke about seasons, and while now it's OT, I would say last year beginning was PT. Before that it was steripental because it was controlling status seizures. So it's constantly changing.
Yeah, and was the PT that more of what helped maybe with the balance and the walking, or?
Yes. So Sasha couldn't really walk. She was very ataxic. The PT gave her some core strength, and then she started walking, and she can now walk across a bed, a softer surface, and it doesn't have to be like she's tripping all the time. I'm following her just to see that she doesn't fall flat on her face. So yeah.
Yeah, and what is that kind of being able to walk more, on different surfaces, more overall meant in daily life? Are you able to do more things with her, or even around the house, more activities with her?
I think I never really understood how important walking is until I saw my daughter not able to walk. And she wasn't a light baby. Like she was a 16-kilo 1-year-old, and I'm lugging her around, and it's this dead weight, right? Sometimes it's hard. So when she started walking, even though she was ataxic, it was a bit of, again, independence. Like she could go choose what she wanted. Like she loves clothes, so she can go choose that clothes instead of me taking out all the clothes out of the cupboard and just showing it to her. It's the simple things, like even getting a bottle of water or reaching out for something. Like there's so much to actually moving and walking that you take for granted until you can't do it, I guess.
Right. Yeah, she didn't have to rely on you or someone else.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Kim, I want to bring you into the conversation. First, kind of thinking about, what has helped. What has helped maybe the most, or what is something that's helped that sticks out to you that you'd like to share?
Sure. So I'm Kim. My husband Andrew and I and our 3 kids, Anna, Lily, and Connor. We all live outside Chicago. Anna is our oldest, and she was diagnosed with Dravet when she was 6 months old. She had her first seizure when she was 4 months old. So when she was 4 months, they started Keppra, a low dose, without really knowing what was going on. They told us it could just be a one-time seizure. And then after she had 1 or 2 status seizures after that, we had the choice to start the ketogenic diet or Amphi, and we chose the ketogenic diet. And one of the hard things was starting treatments when your child doesn't have that many seizures, but they just have every few months a long seizure, is you don't know how much is it helping because we didn't have a good baseline. But we like to think that the ketogenic diet, which she's still on today, has helped prevent some other seizure types because she has never had absence seizures or clonic jerks. So, and also we know that the ketogenic diet can help with, development and cognition. So And the same with Epidiolex. We started Epidiolex when she was about 15 months old, while she was still having this seizure every few months. So the two of those together could be helping her more than we realized. But the drug that actually really made an impact in her seizures was Depakote. She had a little over 100 seizures in 2020. And then last year she had 33. So that was a significant change in our life, and that Anna started school, her quality of life improved. So, but really we've only seen an impact in terms of a direct impact like that correlated to seizures. She does still have delays. She has challenges, right. And we haven't had any treatments to improve those.
Right. So that's interesting, Kim. Maybe if I can focus on that for a moment. Mm-hmm. We did hear this morning that sometimes the seizure burden does have an interplay with how tired or maybe the behaviors, some of the other symptoms, and of course it's hard to know cause and effect, which is driving the other perhaps sometimes, but when you did see that reduction in seizures, that was a pretty impressive one. Were there other impacts on either symptoms or maybe more generally quality of life that you can talk about?
Yeah, so we don't know also if it was Depakote. I'm sure that did help, but at the same time, Anna just got a little bit older. I think
sure.
Times when you're 2 or 3, you're really in that active seizure phase. So it could have been a combination of the two of them, but our life did improve significantly. We used to have a timer for her to play outside for 15 minutes, and sometimes that was still too long. She would have a seizure. We didn't know if it was the wind or just overexcitement. And she wasn't in school. We were in quarantine for about a year before COVID. We wouldn't really do anything. It just really improved our lives. We're able to do more things as a family. We felt more confident going to even a grandparent's house for dinner, where before that would have just been a lot more challenging. And I think the most important thing for Anna is just going to school.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's very important. So thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad she was able to do that. I do want to bring a caller into the discussion. I see we have Nadia from California who wants to talk about her son's treatment and where she saw some benefit. So Nadia, are you with us? I'll check again. Nadia, have you been able to join us? All right, well, we'll come back to you, Nadia. Hopefully we can get you on the line to share some of that. But while we're doing that, I want to check in with Veronica. I know that we've been getting some written comments coming in. What are we seeing in terms of maybe treatment successes?
Yeah, I can read a few that have written in about, what's been working for them. The first is a topic we haven't really talked about much. So outside of medication, this is in relation to seizure detection. And so Tyler from Trumbull, Connecticut wrote in that gratefully, when he was very young, referring to his son, we discovered a pulse oximeter sold to the public under the brand name Owlet. We also noticed that a seizure would cause his heart rate to spike. One night we checked the Owlet and noticed our son's heart rate was really high. We checked on him and discovered him having a seizure. We were able to get him to the hospital and recovered fully. Since then, we have found other devices as well that allow us to customize the heart rate or oxygen saturation that will trigger an alarm. These devices are not perfect, but they keep my son alive. So then switching gears a little bit back to seizure mitigation, medication and diet, we have Sarah Pittman from New Jersey who wrote in, currently my son Dominique is on the ketogenic diet, a 3-to-1 ratio, and has been for 6 years. He's on 3 anti-seizure drugs, Keppra, Fintepla, and Onfi, in addition to many other drugs due to diet and distractibility and focus. And then lastly, we have Tina from Davenport, Iowa, who wrote in that Fintepla by far has been the best treatment. And since starting, he hasn't had any grand mal seizures, status epilepticus, or hospitalizations. We were there about 3 times a year for 5 days at a time before we got into the clinical trial. So really impactful experience with a new medication.
Right. And a broad range of things there. And I think the first time we've heard about the seizure detection. Maybe not traditionally what we think of treatment, but, being able to monitor and detect, so important, especially this morning we heard about how just unpredictable, all of the symptoms, but including seizures can be. So I think we have Nadia back. I'm going to come back to the phone here. Nadia from California, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome. Would love to hear about your son's treatment experience.
Yeah, so my son his name is Dean. He just turned 3 around Thanksgiving. We were kind of lucky that we found Dr. Sullivan at Benioff Children. So he actually started Dean on keto along with his AED when he was 10 months old, and keto was a huge game changer for us. I mean, it gave us significant seizure control and great cognitive and developmental gains. Unfortunately, I think like a lot of parents have said that you don't know what happens with Gervais like the next second. So most recently, just a little bit before his 3rd birthday, we lost seizure control. I just wanted to add to the other parents that were commenting that the ketogenic diet was really great for us. Right now we're still kind of tweaking things, adding new meds, taking meds away and trying to figure out what's going on with him and trying to get a control on his seizures. But we were grateful that we had a physician on our side that was willing to start the keto diet at such a young age.
Right. Well, a couple of things I want to talk to you about, Nadia. One is in terms of that initial kind of seizure control, as you described it, from the keto diet, and now, maybe a loss of that benefit from the diet. For the seizures, what did that look like? I mean, what did it reduce to, the seizure burden, and is it back to where it was at the start, or?
So when we started keto, before we started keto, we were having like a hemiclonic seizure at least every 20 to 21 days with the Keppra that we were on. And once we started keto, we had a breakthrough seizure when he received his MMR vaccine. But then he went a little over a year without any seizures on a really low ketogenic diet ratio and his Keppra. And then he would have breakthrough seizures, like a little over a year later. And we were just trying to tweak meds. And then I would say around 2 years and 8 months is when he started having 5, 6 tonic-clonic seizures a day. It changed very rapidly from him when he was an infant having 1, 2-minute hemiclonic seizure to 5, 8, 10 tonic-clonic seizures in 12 hours. Right. I mean, we've been to the hospital 3 or 4 times in the last 4 months, so it's definitely changed drastically for us.
Right. And then if I can just quickly touch on one other thing that you mentioned, which was you did also notice an improvement with, cognition or cognitive abilities. What did that look like? And has that been stable, or is that also kind of now progressing?
So it takes him a while to return to baseline. But initially what we did notice is when we started keto, his seizures were self-resolving, meaning we didn't need to use rescue.
Right.
And he would bounce back a lot quicker. Gervais is so different for everybody. It's so unique to each individual. And I know that, this is not the case for everybody, but what we noticed was it's almost like he didn't have a seizure those days because he would just pick right back up. He would take like a little 20, 30-minute nap and then get up and go back to his daily activities. He was a little bit delayed on his physical skills, but everything else was right on track. And now, with just the current healthcare climate with COVID and everything, we don't really know where exactly he's at. We definitely can see some of the delays kicking in with all the new seizures that he's having, and then, not being able to attend therapies and all that other stuff that comes with the syndrome. So really hard to gauge where he is at right now. But, both Dr. Sullivan and myself and my husband, we agree that we think he could be in a worse spot if it wasn't for the keto diet, because we're still on the keto diet.
Right. Sure.
Because he does return to baseline, even if it takes him, more than a day or two. And even, after, 10 seizures in 6 hours is a lot. And, 4 or 5 doses of rescue medication, basically being sedated is a lot for a 3-year-old body. So, we like to think that it's keto, and we'd also like to think that it's him, and he's just a strong little dude.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Nadia. And thank you also for highlighting, as a treatment benefit, not just the seizure reduction, but recovery from having a seizure and being able to get back to normal, kind of get back to feeling better, kind of rebounding. So I thought that was really an interesting point. I want to come back to our discussion starters here, and Nate, have you weigh in here as well, as you think across, all of the different treatments, current or that have been tried, what seems to stand out as what's been helpful?
When I was looking through the questions, my first thought was, this is going to be a tough one for me to answer because let me just say that I live in Atlanta, Georgia, with my wife Whitney and my 2 sons, Cooper, who is 5, and Colton, who is 3. Both Cooper and Colton have a SCN1A gene mutation, so they both have Dravet syndrome. That being said, Cooper is tracking much more down the path of Gervais than Colton is. Colton is actually doing quite phenomenal, and I hate to even say that because I feel like I jinx myself, but he is keeping up with his peers. This is a 3-year-old, and he got very, very, very early diagnosed. We found out that my wife also carries the SCN1A gene mutation, didn't know, and passed that along to the boys. Right. So we found out at birth that Colton had an SCN1A gene mutation. So there was no mystery there. It was just, will this turn into Dravet or will this turn into nothing? Right. Because, my wife has the same exact gene mutation and is perfectly fine. So we didn't know, but he started having seizures. That being said, he only has them primarily when he gets sick. That's the younger one. The older one has morphed maybe a little bit more down the path of typical Gervais. Right. So we've gone through a litany of different medications with the older one, Cooper, and we find that Depakote, we think, is probably the strongest drug for him. Mm-hmm. We first got started on medications and were diagnosed with Dravet because we were misdiagnosed at first, of course, and put on some other random medication that didn't do anything. But once we got the diagnosis at a year and a half with Cooper, we went on a regimen of Depakote and then Topamax. And it actually worked extremely well. The seizures were, we think, kept at bay. Of course, he was younger, so we know they're less frequent and more dramatic when they're at a younger age. Mm-hmm. But the Topamax had its side effects. He wasn't talking really very well. He just seemed to not be keeping up with his peers in that aspect. So when we got him off of Topamax and put him on different medications, he brightened up. Almost instantaneously as soon as we got him off Topamax. And I am not trying to, bash Topamax. I'm sure it works great. It actually did work great for seizure control, but it's balancing that side effects with what medication's working. And, you don't want to, sedate your kid to the point where they have no seizures, but they have no quality of life either. Right. So again, it is difficult for me to say what's working extremely well because we never started at a baseline of, 10, 20 seizures a week. And then we introduced this medication and it was miraculous and life-changing for us. It's really just been medications that we will adjust here and there when we see more of a side effect profile that we don't like. So I may not be the exact best person to answer that question.
Well, actually you are, Nate, because it's, we really want to hear the range of treatment experiences. And actually some of your comments, really highlight that there are these like benefit risk trade-offs, the side effects countered with the possibility of benefit. And sometimes that benefit is small or unknown. And that's, I think, part of this trial and error that we keep hearing about. So I think, actually, I want to use that to launch us into talking about some of the downsides. But before we do, I want to check in with Veronica on any final comments we've heard on treatment successes.
Yeah, I've got a few more comments about just what people are using and what's worked for them.
Yes.
So we have Barbara from Sudbury, Massachusetts, writing in that we're managing Gervais with a combination of medications, diet, VNS, and comfort therapies, including massage and music. We try to manage mobility issues with regular PT. All of these treatments combined have not allowed us to achieve seizure freedom, but they do allow us to give our son the best quality of life that we can. And then we have Rika from Anchorage, Alaska, writing in, and she mentions that acetazolamide has been an excellent medication for my daughter. How well medication works is very subjective to each family experience. That was a good one, just highlighting exactly what we're hearing, is that what works for one family may not work for another, and how different this can be. And then the last comment I wanted to read was from Matthew in Fruit Heights, Utah. And he writes, the VNS really was a game changer for my son. Before the VNS, nearly every seizure was a status seizure, which would be 10 plus minutes that would stop only with rescue medication. With the VNS, status seizures are much more rare. We still have to use multiple other anti-epileptic drugs for reasonable seizure control, but the VNS offers significant protection against the more severe seizures.
Yes. Well, thank you again for everyone who's been writing in, calling in. We're going to now broaden the discussion. So certainly, as I said, it's kind of, there's going to be benefits, there's going to be downsides, but we're going to shift a little bit to some of the downsides here. And so if you pull out your phones, open up that browser, go to that tab you have, go to pollev.com/Dravet. You can keep this open throughout the program, and each of our polling questions will appear. So the question we have for you right now is, what are the biggest drawbacks of your current treatment approaches? And select up to 3. So the 3 biggest drawbacks. The options we have here are not very effective at treating target symptom or symptoms. It only treats some and not all of the symptoms. The high cost or copay or not being covered by insurance. It's limited availability or accessibility to you or to your loved one. The side effects, the route of administration, that it requires too much effort and or time commitment to keep up with that treatment or that regimen, or some other big drawback of your current treatment approaches that's not listed here on this slide, or if this is not applicable because your loved one is not using any treatments. So again, please select the top 3 biggest drawbacks of your current treatment approaches. And this is going to help us launch into a discussion where we're going to understand some of the downsides, whether this is things like the very first, where you've tried something and it wasn't very effective, or you couldn't tell it was. Or maybe it was effective, but it comes with some of these other drawbacks. And we want to understand how those drawbacks may have impacted your loved one's life. So as it stands, it looks like the top ranked biggest drawback is the side effects, followed by the fact that the treatments do not treat all of the symptoms. And perhaps number 3 is that it's not very effective at treating the symptom it is targeted at. But we are seeing, top 3, including all of the different drawbacks we have listed here. So we want to hear about those. So if you would like to share your experiences with treatments, and now to also include drawbacks, I encourage you to call in. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. But let's come back to our Zoom discussion panel here. And Jerry, maybe you can get us started here. You're thinking about this benefit-risk balance and some of these drawbacks. Whether a treatment has worked or not, what stands out in your mind as some of the biggest drawbacks?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry. My daughter is Miley. She is 13 years old and diagnosed at the age of 6 months. The drawbacks that come to mind are the side effects. That stands out the most. The frequent blood draws, the trips to the hospital to follow up on the efficacy of the drugs that you're utilizing. The other issue is the behaviors that come with utilizing new treatments.
Yeah. So can you maybe expand on that a little bit? I'm kind of interested when you have to try new treatments, what is driving that decision? Is it the dropping off of treatment benefit from what you're using before? Or has it more been because of the onset of side effects that have just made those treatments not tolerable?
It's both, actually. I mean, at some point you get to a point where you need to decide whether you're going to stay where you are, or you're going to make an adjustment.
Right.
And some of that decision making needs to take into the fact that there may be side effects that come with the new drug or treatment.
Sure.
And are you willing to take that risk, because is it going to be better or worse than where you are now?
Right.
So we've used all those drugs that were mentioned before. Depakote was terrific for us, but it also killed off all her platelets to the point where we were in the oncology department.
Wow.
So we had to make a decision to come off of Depakote, and we moved on to Onfi, which has been terrific for us. But again, it doesn't treat all the symptoms. So do we make the decision to try something new, or do we stay where we're at? Because I think the side effect sometimes is too much for us to make that transition.
Right. And what symptoms, when you say it doesn't treat all of the symptoms, what are what's like the top symptom or symptoms that, aren't treated that you wish you had a treatment for? So maybe expand on that a little bit.
I mean, ideally, we're better off today than what we were before. I mean, we would have hundreds or thousands of myoclonics or atonics a day. And now we're at about 10 tonic-clonics a week, which is good for us.
Right.
So the side effects, it's really behavior. Some of these medications cause negative behaviors, and our daughter is also autistic, so she will harm herself. And, we really need to decide whether the new medication will cause more harm than minimizing her seizures. And so can we tolerate the seizures where we're at now and take the risk of putting something new on that may minimize some of those seizures, but also we also have to deal with the behaviors that come with some of these new choices.
Right. Jerry, thank you so much. I want to bring Stephanie in as well. Thinking about treatment experiences, are there been things that you've tried that haven't worked so well, or things that have had some downsides or drawbacks that you'd like to speak to?
Sure. I'm Stephanie. My husband Josh and I have a 6-year-old son, Noah, who has Dravet syndrome, and then we also have an 8-year-old, typically a developing daughter, Natalie, who's Noah's best friend. And we've tried, as others had mentioned, most of the medications on the list, particularly throwing a lot of medications at Noah early on when the seizure, when he was having numerous status epilepticus events a month. As one of those first line treatments, we also layered on the ketogenic diet, which it's difficult to say how successful it was for Noah. Over time, we teased out that there were a lot of unintended side effects that came along with the diet, particularly aspiration had been challenging, and we found ourselves in a loop that Noah would, and to back up, the ketogenic diet is obviously high fat. So anyone with reflux really is susceptible to aspiration. And then compounded with his weak muscle tone, and he was aspirating from both above and below, and the diet contributed to that. Ultimately, he ended up with a feeding tube. So over time, and the diet was also suppressing some of the medication levels, and all of that became clearer to us after coming off the diet.
Sure. So how long of a period was that, of the aspiration and, not getting the full benefit of the treatments that weren't being properly, kind of digested, what was that time frame, and I guess, now that, he is on a feeding tube, have the what have you noticed in terms of, the treatments that he was on? Are they now showing more effectiveness? What does that look like for him?
Yeah, so I'd say that the time frame probably was about 1.5 years from when we started the diet, got the ratio to where we wanted it, and then really gave it some time to determine whether it was helping seizures. Because we were throwing a lot of other medications in the mix at that time, it was really hard to understand what was helping. And the best way to do that was try to take some things away that we believe not to be helping. Maybe at that there may, the diet may have been helping for a period of time and stopped. So it was, we had to be patient to figure all of that out. And then he does still have a feeding tube. We had to advance it from a G tube to a GJ tube. So currently he has a little backpack with a pump he carries around with him. And it's about 18 hours a day. Wow. So it's a significant quality of life issue. But I'd say on the flip side, thinking about positive treatments, it has completely changed his life. He's only had rare hospitalizations. Yeah. And I think what happened was that he was aspirating, and I think the ketogenic diet was contributing. Then he would get a cold or a little illness or pneumonia from the aspiration. From the fever caused by the illness, he'd have a gigantic seizure, possibly aspirate again during the seizure, and we were caught in this loop. So the GJ tube has really helped to control that aspiration and that vomiting, that it's helped lessen his propensity for illness and therefore lessened the seizure frequency. So I'd say that's been a big win. We're looking at now what quality of life improvements we can make in terms of that GJ tube, and looking ahead, hoping to convert him back to a G tube so he can have more time off the backpack and would not need a continuous infusion.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing that, Stephanie. Another different kind of broadly speaking treatment approach that we haven't heard much about yet. I do see we have a caller. We have Janice from Illinois who wants to speak to some of the medication options that her loved one has tried, her daughter. So want to check in. Janice, are you with us?
Yes, hi. I spoke earlier. I'm Emily's mom, who's 22. Yes. And since she's 22, I've had a lot of good and bad experiences, so I just wanted to share a few of them. When Emily first had her seizures, they averaged about 40 minutes long, and she had those every 3 to 4 days. So we spent most of her early years in the PICU or the NICU, and part of the problem was that she was not diagnosed, and she was on a lot of the medications that are counterindicative or whatever of Dravet Syndrome. And so I think part of the thing we need to do as parents is just go with our gut. If our child is getting worse from a medication, and that's apparent immediately, not to keep continuing on, because, most likely it's not making them better. Fortunately, when she was about 4 years old, we switched over to Lurie Children's, and she was properly diagnosed and was started on sulopenetrol and Depakote, which was our life-changing seizure medication. It really helped her with the status seizures. Mm-hmm. Her average seizure went down to 20 minutes, which was life-changing for our family. We've been on multiple medications. So we started with the sulopenetrol Depakote combination. And what I've also found is that we tend to keep increasing the dosage on medications. And then what would happen with Emily is she'd become allergic or toxic to the medication. So sometimes I think it's better to go on a lower dose if it's working and not continue to get to a therapeutic level necessarily. Mm-hmm. And so that's what happened with the Depakote. She became allergic. And so we switched her to Onfi, which has been good with the seizure control, but I also think it contributed to those really bad behaviors that she has at times. And so we have her on a small dose of a behavior medication called citalopram, and now we're also on Fintepla. So her seizures are pretty well controlled. Her behavior is pretty bad, but we did find that medical marijuana really helps her behavior. We've been doing this for a few years now, and the difficulty with medical marijuana is it's not FDA approved. And so there's no regulation per se. It's regulated in that it's pure and all those things because it's medical marijuana, but there's no regulation in what the suppliers have on hand, how expensive it is.
Right.
And so things that I've worked really hard to find that are very effective for her sometimes are not available.
Right.
And so it's really a hit or miss game playing. But when I do find a medication with medical marijuana that works, it is miraculously working. So I did find like a wrist cream that if she's in a really bad mood, I can put on her wrist, walk away for 10 minutes, come back, and then I can give her oral medical marijuana and sometimes her oral medications. In the past, if her behavior was so bad, I couldn't get her regular medication in.
Right.
So that was an issue.
Yeah. Well,
So
Janice.
medical marijuana has been a life changer.
Yeah. No. Well, thank you so much, and both for kind of, talking about the trial and error and different combinations for the seizure control, but also some of these approaches to trying to help manage some of the behavioral symptoms, which again, we're interested in hearing about these treatment options that have been tried, not only just for the direct seizures and the whole cascade of things this morning that we heard can come from seizures, but some of these other symptoms as well. So Nate, hopefully now I'm not calling on you on the one question that you thought might be hardest to answer, but you kind of started to allude to some downsides of treatments. Expand on those, or are there others that maybe come at top of mind of some of the biggest treatment downsides that you've experienced?
Well, I mean, I would say the downsides would of course be the side effects, right? Sometimes the behavioral changes, the potential aggression. Certain medicines have caused problems with speech. Certain medicines have caused issues with behavior. Almost, I mean, as a 5-year-old, when he wakes up crying in the morning and just seems like sad all day, you know that the medicine's not his medicine. So you have to go move on to something else. The other issue is all the trips to the lab to draw blood, to check where the level's at. Is it at this milligram per kilogram? Is this good? Is that good? So we always have to try to, take him there to check those levels. And then certain medications require, echocardiograms, and other medications require, this or that. So there's a lot of, frankly, just kind of running around just to check levels all the time. And, something that has sort of been kind of a theme here is that everyone has been saying to the effect of, well, I mean, we think it's working. We're not quite sure. We hope it's working, but it's really scary to know to switch medications because is that working? And
right.
So the hard thing is that with Dravet, you don't honestly know if the medication's working, or maybe it's just a certain really calm time period for your family and for the child. If you went to your primary care physician and said, hey, he said, hey, you got high blood pressure and high cholesterol, let's put you on this medicine, bring you back and let's see how it looks. He could actually quantify and have objective numbers to say, hey, you're doing better. We don't have that with seizures. The only thing we have is subjective. Well, we put him on this medicine and it seems to be going better now for the last 3 months. And then boom, something gets bad. It's like, do we raise it? Do we change to something else? So, I mean, I am by no means smart enough to figure out how to make a test to test if your epilepsy is going down or if the medicine's actually working for it. But other than we all are just kind of playing this subjective game of how well are our kids doing based on that particular moment in time. So hopefully there's some other people listening to me that can figure that out for us.
Well, I mean, it's important what you're raising, Nate, because a downside is not just that it isn't working, but that there really is, it's difficult to know And so, that makes managing it, whether it's the decision to try something else, continue it, reduce the dose, increase the dose, deal with the side effects, and keep it going, it sounds incredibly, difficult. So, and then not even just side effects, but as you mentioned, it's the first time I think we've heard someone talk about it, just the burden of all of the monitoring that goes along with being on some of these medications. So really appreciate you raising those things. Lynn, I saw you shaking your head there. Do you want to add on something to this theme that Nate was bringing up?
Yeah, so we have really struggled with Depakote or valproate. We finally weaned her off last month. We had a situation. I just want to share our story about this. So we had a situation where we kept increasing valproate, we kept increasing clobazam, we kept increasing Keppra, and we were just going into 4-hour, 5-hour status seizures. And then we add in stiripentol, and all of a sudden she's responding to rescue. Her seizures are resolving in 3 minutes. We don't have to use rescue, and things are looking pretty awesome. But then I have a zombie of a child on my hand who's just sleeping like 16, 18 hours a day, who's just not responding to anything. She's losing her cognitive ability. She's losing whatever, like the person that she is. And I tell the doctors, like, look, something's not quite right. And they're like, oh, this is just Dravet. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, this is Dravet. And then we figure out her valproate levels are like in the toxic range. Wow. She's lost ability to even, like, she was taking a few steps before all of this happened. And she's lost her ability to stand. She's lost her ability to walk. And I'm thinking this is Dravet, but it turns out it wasn't Dravet. She was in toxic states of her medication levels. So now we're bringing down the medication levels. I'm seeing my child sort of waken up, and now I'm confused. Like, how much is the meds? How much is Dravet? Right. And with valproate, on the exact same dose, we've had Sasha go toxic 3 times in 1 year. Exact same dose. And each time I'm mailing doctors, I'm mailing the nurses, I'm telling them something's not right. Can we check levels? And they're like, we just checked it last week. And sometimes it's in a week's time that things just go ballistic with her. Like, I don't know what's happening. And I can't miraculously judge what level she's at. But I just know something's wrong. Right. So it's this constant fight and the constant hypervigilance, I would say, as to what is it? Is it the meds? Is it Dravet? That really gets to us. Right.
Yeah. No, thank you, and thank you for explaining that. And and it's kind of is it Dravet? Is it the drug? And then even unpredictability within this with the same drug at the same dose, as you were just mentioning. Kim, want to give you a chance if you want to weigh in on this topic of treatment downsides. I know there's a lot that we could be talking about within this. Has there been anything we haven't talked about yet that you would want to bring up or speak to here?
Well, I think I mentioned it before. On top of, you never know if it's the genetic condition itself, the seizures, or the treatments, but just development delays. We're starting to see behavioral challenges, but I think sleep has been a major challenge for us too. And we don't know if that's tied to the medicines that she's on or if it's just Dravet, but that's been, not just a challenge for Anna, but the entire family, because she can have a few weeks where she sleeps really well. Then there's days where she won't fall asleep till midnight or 1 a.m. And then there's days where she's just up from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And she's very active and, jumping on the bed, sort of like, so no one else can sleep. And because nocturnal seizures and the fear of SUDEP, my husband and I split every other night. One of us sleep with her because we're just so scared if we were to miss a seizure in the middle of the night, which actually happened once. And the seizure monitor did not pick it up, but I just happened to be awake and heard her breathing was off. So ever since that night, we've slept with her every night. So, we don't even sleep together. We break up, we divide and conquer who sleeps with her. So including her naps, someone's always with her. Wow. She's also developed this strong sleep dependency, and if she feels a body's not next to her, she wakes up. And we all know that sleep is so important for children with Dravet or epilepsy. And if she's too tired, then she can have seizures. So really sleep and making sure she has enough sleep has is like another form of treatment control. We're just constantly, navigating that, and we're all tired.
Right. And you
That's
said
been a
that
major challenge.
you weren't so sure that whether the sleep issues was the Dravet or maybe a drug side effect. Is that something that has been, I'm kind of just curious why you think that. Is it something that's been more of a recent issue? So it's possible that maybe starting a new drug or
Yeah, I think it probably started when she was 1.5 to 2 years old. But that's also when her seizures became more frequent. We don't think she's having that like seizures at night. If she used to have more nocturnal seizures, but they were convulsive, and we are aware of them. This just seems like she's waking up in the middle of the night. So we don't know if it's just the condition itself or is it an effect from the drugs.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Kim, for sharing that. I do want to check in, Veronica, on comments that we've got on this broad topic of either limitations in treatment benefit or treatment downsides.
Yeah, we've gotten a few that I think will just underline some of the points that we've already talked about. So the first I'm going to read is just a short one from Tina Davenport in Iowa. And she says, way too many medications are causing him to sleep a lot, and he isn't the super happy and smiley boy that he was, and it's very sad. So I feel like we've heard that from the panelists today, and just wanted to underline that sort of tired side effect. Mandy from Michigan writes in, drug trials and new treatments usually require lots of extra medical tests and travel, both of which are nearly impossible for my son and our family to comply with. We need quick access to therapies without requiring excessive tests. Mm-hmm. And then I also have a comment from Darian in Albany, Kentucky, I believe. And they write, when thinking of my daughter's current treatment regimen, I often wonder what exactly is control when it comes to Dravet. Then they go on to say, when we try one treatment, it may help one seizure type, but it increases the frequency or severity of another seizure type. We try another treatment and see improvement in one area, but then another area declines. It's a constant battle between good and bad, yet no outcome yields the most optimal results. And I felt like that really underlined what we've just been hearing on this panel of this, is it the medication, is it Gervais, and this cost-benefit ratio that feels kind of impossible for families to balance.
Right. Well, thank you for everyone that's been writing in, calling in. We're going to move to our final topic for today's session. We've explored a lot about current treatments and how well those are working and some of the downsides. But we want to, while we have you all with us today, also explore what it is you're looking for from future treatments. If you recall, I think we agree that we all want a cure for Dravet syndrome, but until we get to that cure, we want to explore what would represent something that would be meaningful to your loved one, or maybe to think about it a little differently. If you, were presented with a new treatment option, what would be the important factors for you in deciding whether to take that treatment or have your loved one take that treatment? To get into this discussion, we're going to go to our final polling question for the day. So one last time, you can pull out your phones, open up the browser, open up that tab, go to pollev.com/Dravet, and we want you to answer which aspects of your condition would you rank as most important for a possible new drug today, and select your top 3. So your options here are seizures and/or status epilepticus, developmental delay or loss of developmental skills, problems with balance and gait, speech and language impairment, growth and nutrition issues, frequent and long-term infections, sleep disturbances, hypotonia or poor muscle tone, autistic-like behavior, difficult social interactions and patterned or repetitive movements, disruptive behaviors, things like tantrums and refusal, hyperthermia, or other, some other aspect of your loved one's Dravet that you would view as most important for a new possible drug treatment to treat. So again, please select your top 3. And as with each of our polling questions, as you're making your selections, think about why. Why did you select, the 1, 2, or 3 of these things, aspects of Dravet? as being most important for a new treatment today? So we'll give you a few more moments to think about this. Get in your responses here. As it stands, while some final responses are trickling in, it looks like the top aspect of Dravet that this audience today is ranking as most important for a new treatment is the seizures and/or status epilepticus, followed pretty closely behind by developmental delay and the loss of developmental skills. We see from there that speech and language impairment is a top aspect for many people, as well as sleep disturbances and the disruptive behaviors, the tantrums and refusals. Each of these things that we heard so much about in the morning session, but here we're seeing reiterated in a different way in terms of treatment goals. Yet again, another thing that just has been, maybe one of the biggest takeaways for me today is in seeing these polling questions is how so many of these things are in people's top three. This is your wish list for what you're looking for from new drugs. And people are looking for as a top three treatment goal every single one of these things listed here, as well as others that we did not list. So we want to hear about that. We want to hear what is, whichever of these things you selected, what were you thinking in terms of what that treatment goal would look like? How would you, describe that treatment goal to someone? And so to kick us off on this discussion, we're going to come to our Zoom panel, but I will make one final call out. If you'd like to share your perspectives on what you're looking for from a future treatment, you can call in 1-703-844-3231. One last time, 1-703-844-3231. You can, of course, also write in with that comment box under the live stream, and we'll try to read as many of those as we can as well. But again, to get us started here, let's come to our panel. Why don't we come to you, Stephanie, to start us off on this? I know this may be the hardest question of the day, to try to prioritize what it is that might you might articulate as a top treatment goal that is short of a cure. Stephanie, why don't you get us started?
Sure. So I agree. I think this is a really hard one to answer, but my top goal would be to control seizures. My son has had a really nice long break from convulsive seizures, but he is plagued with dozens of other types every day. Myoclonics, he's developed atonic seizures, and very, very pattern sensitive. And we try to manage all of these triggers, but I think that if we could help alleviate that seizure burden for him, he would make more progress developmentally. And I think he would acquire more language. I think it would probably improve his behavior. There is a small indication that, these seizures are affecting how he feels. And of course, your behavior is often dictated with how you feel. Sure. So I think all of those things put together that's what I would hone in on.
Sure. And in terms of that improvement, how much, if seizures are dictating how he feels and so many other things, what would you say is your goal for him in terms of seizure reduction? What would be enough, to switch maybe from what you're using now to a new treatment, if that was available?
I mean, I think we're all striving for seizure freedom, right? Yeah. But, meaningful seizure reduction, for me to take a risk on a new treatment, maybe even as low as a 20% improvement, I think would be meaningful. He's only 6, so I hesitate to be the first one to sign up. But that being said, also, this is still a critical developmental time period for him. So I think he has a lot to gain from time-sensitive improvements in seizure control.
Sure. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Sure.
taking the first stab at, like I said, the hardest question of the day. Jerry, let's bring you in. What would you describe as your top treatment goal?
Our top treatment goal would be to minimize or reduce or completely get rid of seizures. There's no doubt about that. But we're very clear that we won't sacrifice quality of life at this point. Okay. We're 13 years in. We live in Hawaii, and we've tried every medication. We tried the ketogenic 2 times. It was very effective for myoclonics and atonics. Absolute believer in ketogenic diet. But the second time that we tried the diet, we went back to it. Our daughter ran out of the hospital. She just took off all her cords and she literally ran out. So at this point, we take our lead from her, right, and we will figure out what to do next if it's in her best interest.
Yeah, and Jerry, when you said, not at a detriment to quality of life, absolutely important treatment goals are, it's not just what's the benefit, but what are the trade-offs and the risks. What would be a deal breaker in terms of quality of life impacts?
I think it's that other parents had talked about it, but just being very lethargic and having no personality, no tone in your body, that would be a deal breaker. So for us, if we were to evaluate a new treatment option, it would have to be consistent. So we had looked at Epidiolex and we fought for it, but then the delivery system here, we just couldn't get it on a consistent basis.
Sure.
Another option would be, if you look at a new treatment option, before we used to utilize Diastat, which was a rectal type of application. Right. And now there's new technologies like Valtoco, where you can shoot the rescue medicine up the nose. And so we would also look at the technology that's involved and what type of requirements, whether you needed consistent blood draws every month, right, how many trips to the hospital. I mean, those type of things would be taken into consideration before we looked at a new treatment option.
Sure. Thank you so much. Continuing along here, because there's so many, this is so personal, and every take on this is important. Nate, what is your, where you all are at, what is your top treatment goal?
Oh, man, I would absolutely love to never see a seizure again. Again, I've mentioned that the seizures are probably not the biggest thing for us, as far as they're very annoying. Nobody wants to have seizures. It's the thing that when I take the kids out, whether it's, let's go to the pool or let's go out to the park or whatever, that's what I'm always watching like a hawk for. I'm always very nervous they're going to have a seizure. But is that the seizure rate that they have them at? I don't think that's going to affect their quality of life. So I would love to see more focus and emphasis from pharmaceutical companies, manufacturers, to come up with solutions for maybe more on the behavioral side of things, the cognition side of things, because that's really what, the seizure, like I said, nobody wants to have their kids having seizures, but it's the ability for them to be able to function at a high level that makes your child feel like your child. It is not just, if they have a seizure, they're okay, they sleep it off. And again, I'm not minimizing people that have numerous seizures a day. That's just not our particular situation.
Of course.
But there's a real chance that, again, we're one of the kids that were, maybe on the second wave of Dravet, that have better medications, that have early intervention, that have more access to therapies. Right. So it seems like, we have a chance to have a better quality of life in some of the kids that are older.
Yeah.
And I think some of the cognition improvements would greatly help that, to keep up with their peers, maybe to have a job doing some task, bagging groceries, whatever it happens to be, just to be able to be a functional member of society would be amazing.
Right. Wow. Thank you so much, Nate. It's very, very important to think about, things that, we've heard about, some of these, other symptoms, other aspects that are, kind of inclusive of seizures, but even looking at them, Nate, as you're saying, as, things that we should be thinking about trying to target directly as well. Kim, for you, thinking about, a future treatment and what an ideal one short of that cure might look like, what are your thoughts?
I'm with Nate. I think, seizures, a year ago, I may have said seizure control, but now that Anna has better seizure control, and I think that we have just learned how to, manage them better and, emotionally as well.
Right.
That quality of life. And seeing Anna over the past year brighten up and go to school and just see how much that's done for her, we've learned how important that is. Really pushing ourselves to push her to do more. So I think something that really helps with her cognition, she's so smart, and I feel like there's so much there, but she needs a treatment to let her live to her full potential. So anything that can really help us with that, I think in the back of our minds, especially children who are a little bit younger, like Anna, you're always wondering, will they live independently one day? Will these disease modifying gene therapies come out soon enough where she can still have a chance? But until then, I think the most important thing is quality of life and letting her full potential and just be as happy as she can be.
So what would you look for in maybe more of the shorter term, that would help you know that maybe a drug is helping with those cognitive aspects?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's some days where Anna, even without changing medicine, which we haven't done for about a year, there's some days where she seems brighter and sharper than other days. And it could just be that a seizure could be building up. So then maybe her behavior is a little bit more extreme. I've seen her where she's a little bit brighter and a little bit sharper. So I don't know what medicine I don't know what they can do besides a gene therapy where they're actually, addressing the gene as disease modifying, but just anything to help continue for her. Sometimes it feels like she's a cloud over her, or she's frustrated because she can't think clearly. And then, just anything to help her live her, best life.
Right. Thank you, Kim. And I think that is powerful, having heard about those best and worst days, and knowing that, if we were able to have more of those good days and those brighter days, that would be really important. Thank you. Lynn, we have a couple callers, but for our panel here, I'm going to give you the final word on what's your top treatment goal or a couple of goals?
Treatment goal for parents to live without fear. Treatment goal for Sasha would be, like, if you're going to treat her seizures, it should be something that I'm not worried that I'm going to lose her kidney or her lungs or her brain or her heart or her liver. Minimizing the impacts to other body parts. And I'm not worried about all of that because of whatever the treatment is supposed to be targeting. A treatment where I don't have to restrict her diet and panic over what to cook or what to eat and what to feed her. Treatment where I'm not putting her to bed every night wondering if she's going to get up tomorrow morning. Cognitive and development, yes, that is important. But yeah, I think for me, mostly it's about not living in fear. And for Sasha to just be able to live. Like, for me personally, I can take one seizure that is self-resolving every week. She has myoclonics every day, but it doesn't seem to bother her.
Right.
So one seizure a week is something that I don't mind accepting and just moving on with our lives. But the rest of it, like issues with all the side effects and all of what is possibly Dravet, that's really hard. It takes a toll, like living in a house with the curtains drawn all the time, not being able to step out when it's bright, when not being able to step out when it's cold. In winter, you're like, are you wearing too many jackets? Are you not wearing too many jackets? Should you? Just this constant decision making about every single aspect. This is my wish. Like, okay, this is what I would like to treat about Dravet. It's not quite the seizures per se. It's all of these little things that just build up and sort of get to you.
No, I think that was really well said, Lynn. So thank you so much. So I want to thank our Zoom panel here for joining us. I know that you all have been on. It's been a long afternoon session, and everything that you've shared has been so important and valuable. So I appreciate all of you. I do want to go to the phones. I know that we have Ted from Chicago who wants to talk about some of his hopes for future treatments. So Ted, are you with us?
I am with you.
Welcome.
Thank you, James. Hi, Veronica.
Hi, Ted.
So Ted,
yes,
yeah,
James.
Go right ahead. We would love to hear, what are your hopes for future treatments? What would you want them, short of a cure, to address, and what would maybe that look like in your loved one's life?
Well, just for transparency, Kim is my daughter-in-law, so I have experience as a grandparent, seeing what they're dealing with, but I'm not there 24/7. So, like all the Gervais caregivers, I'm really impressed with what they do for their loved ones.
Yes.
So, having said that, for me, you said absent a cure, a monotherapy,
right,
instead of polytherapy for life,
right,
that prevents seizures and eliminates comorbidities, for me would be the ideal.
Right.
You diagnose the Dravet patient because of either the genetic mutation and or the clinical scenarios, and then you have a treatment that you can give that will prevent their seizures and eliminate those comorbidities. That, for me, would be the ideal.
Would
second act? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask on that one, Ted. Would similar benefits, maybe even some of the side effects that exist today, but if it could be in a monotherapy versus polytherapy, would that even be an improvement over what exists today?
Oh, absolutely, because as we've heard from the panelists and the call-in people, the side effects are one of the problems with these anti-seizure medications. So if you can eliminate those, you could probably impact these comorbidities.
Right.
And I don't think we fully understand all the drug-drug interactions, the effect of food.
Right.
Those, and when you add a new treatment onto, you're on 3 or 4 medications already, and you add another one, you have to usually titrate them off one of the other ones while adding the other ones.
Right. Right.
So it's a very tricky protocol that have to be dealt with. So by having a single therapy or even 2 instead of the multiple ones we have today, I'm sure you can eliminate side effects.
Absolutely. Anything else you want to add, Ted, before we let you go?
Yeah, well, the other thing I would say, in terms of what Joe Sullivan showed about the evolution of seizures and the evolution of comorbidities, I don't think clinicians, they're dealing with all of these patients, I believe, N and 1. Now, obviously, they're using their profound experience they have with the population of Dravet patients they have in their practice, so they're using that experience to make recommendations about treatment.
Yes.
But wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a treatment algorithm where we had all the database for all the patients and what worked and what didn't work? Because I don't believe there's a good algorithm. Joe Sullivan showed the consensus document in terms of what's first line, second line. But there's really no good treatment algorithm as it relates to age.
Right.
And as the brain matures and the body matures, we heard about puberty.
Yes.
There needs to be better algorithms to help the clinical practitioners in recommending and prescribing treatments for this patient population.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Ted. I think that's almost in another way endorsement of what your first treatment goal was. Maybe make it much more simple if there was just that mono or maybe dual therapy too. So thank you so much. We have one final caller. We have Kate from North Salem, New York, who wants to speak to some of the, what would be valuable to increase quality of life for patients and also caregivers. So Kate, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
So I'm going to echo Ted's comment. In addition, of course, we want new treatments to have high efficacy treating seizures and some of these comorbidities. But I'm going to echo his comment that we really need a monotherapy for Dravet patients. It's become very common and very accepted that Dravet patients are going to be on multiple medications sort of indefinitely, and that creates a really high burden for caregivers. It creates a lot of stress and anxiety in Gervais families. Currently my daughter is taking 2 prescription seizure medications, 1 prescription sleep medication, 1 prescription for neurogenic bladder. She gets 2 drugs from specialty pharmacies that are sent through the mail, and that's addition to her over-the-counter supplements. We have to give this treatment during 5 different dosing windows throughout the day. Each one of those things has their own insurance approval process. Each one of those medications comes with refill limits and approvals from doctors' offices. Some of those require specific blood tests or cardiac monitoring to obtain. So, this is a really, really difficult lifestyle to manage, aside from all of those logistics. But when you add that into it, especially, maybe to a family with 2 working parents or perhaps a single parent, I mean, the more variables you have in these treatment options, the more room there is for error. I'm sure I'm not the only parent that has knocked over a bottle of medication to have it spill on the floor or dropped a pill that you couldn't find. There's so many medications being used to treat one patient. And for me, the ideal, any new drug or any new treatment would have to involve the possibility of being a monotherapy.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Kate. I think that was very well said, and you really, painted a picture there of what it looks like now, so we can really understand why that monotherapy would be so valuable. So as we are wrapping up this final session, I'm going to turn it to Veronica for the last word now from our written comments that have come in on this topic of future treatment preferences.
Yeah, and we have so many comments. I hate that we don't have time to get to them all, so I'll try to hit some high points. Nausea from Canada wrote in that we were looking for more trials to include primary endpoints beyond reduction in tonic-clonic seizures. As patients grow older, they may no longer see tonic-clonics, but other life-altering seizure types such as myoclonics, absences prevail. These patients are often excluded from clinical trials as they do not meet the inclusion criteria of tonic-clonics. So a lot of hope for not only better therapies, but better designed trials. And then too many to read, but I just want to acknowledge I've gotten a bunch of comments just about the need for adult patients not to be forgotten as we're developing these new therapies. And not only the adult population, but here we have Tina from Davenport, Iowa, who writes in similarly, but a slightly different perspective, that the gene therapy sounds pretty promising, but since our son has a different mutation type, he cannot participate in the trials at this time. So we'll be patient and see what happens. So just remembering, that not every patient is the same age or has the same genetic background. And so thinking about therapies for everyone. And then I also got a few comments again that I think echoed back to a topic that we saw earlier. So Amy from New York writes, medications and something disease modifying is obviously the hope or goal. But in the meantime, it's super frustrating not to have an all-in-one device to help monitor our kids at night. Sleep is so important for the whole family, and one device that monitors and records and alarms for irregular movements, something that tracks not just the pulse ox, but the quality and type of sleep, and can graph it would be so helpful. So nice broad range of comments. And so just to remind everyone that if your comment didn't get read today, we can still incorporate it into the report that comes after the meeting. So thank you so much to everyone that submitted comments.
Yeah, and thank you, Veronica, for sharing those. So this concludes the portion of today's meeting where we're hearing from all of you, this Dravet syndrome community, all of you caregivers who have spent a full day. And as the meeting moderator, I just have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We focused today on the experiences of patients, the people living with Dravet, and you were such wonderful voices for them. But I couldn't help but also hear the burden that's on each and every one of you, the stress, the care that you give, some of you describing that you're the only person that could provide that for your loved one. And so the fact that you took today to pull back that curtain and share all of those experiences and insights to help not just your loved one, but everyone with Dravet is just so important and so powerful. And I know it will have that impact informing drug development and what the regulators are doing in terms of providing input and ultimately reviewing new drugs. So again, just really want to thank you all. And now it's my pleasure to pass the baton to Larry Bauer, who's going to be providing some summary comments. It's an impossible task to summarize everything that we've learned today, but hopefully to hit on some of the key themes or points that might have come up that he picked up on. Larry is the perfect person to do this. Larry is a nurse by background, worked in clinical practice, spent 17 years at the NIH as a clinical research nurse, then went to the FDA where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program and worked for 10 years. And specific to this meeting, he has been a part of the planning team as such a critical element to preparing all of us for today. So I just want to welcome you, Larry, and good luck with the summary.
Thanks so much, James. I appreciate it. As James said, I'll be giving a high-level summary. Please stay tuned for the Voice of the Patient report that will follow this meeting in the coming months that will have a much more detailed summary of the meeting. So today, our meeting was opened by Veronica Hood, our co-moderator, who's the scientific director from the Dravet Syndrome Foundation. Her opening was followed with a great presentation from Dr. Michelle Campbell from the FDA's Office of Neuroscience and CEDAR. Dr. Campbell shared that PFDD meetings are valuable to the FDA to learn from the experts, people living with Dravet and their care partners. She said this dialogue is important and helps FDA in trying to evaluate the benefits and risks of new therapies being developed. FDA learns a lot from these meetings and thanks everyone for attending. Then a clinical overview of Dravet was presented by Dr. Joseph Sullivan from the University of California, San Francisco, who's an expert in treating people living with Dravet syndrome. A couple key points from his talk. He said that Dravet is marked by an onset of convulsions prior to age 1 after previous normal development, and then is followed in the following years with a variety of other types of seizures. It can also include developmental delays, learning disabilities, speech impairment, motor impairment, autism, and behavioral disturbances, as we heard more about later. There's a 10 to 15% mortality rate. Half of these children that die, it's due to sudden death, and some are due to having status epilepticus. Dravet is linked to the SCN1A gene, and about 85% of patients have a variant, but there are 1,700 variants with poor genotype-phenotype correlation. We have about 225 new cases annually in this country, which gives us a US prevalence of approximately 8,000 to 11,000 people. There's a number of drugs in the pipeline, and there are many challenges for many non-seizure symptoms that impact quality of life and trying to develop new treatments for these types of symptoms. This was followed by the morning session where we focused on health effects and daily impacts. We heard from Amy, whose daughter Ramona was diagnosed at 6 months after prolonged seizures. She's had multiple hospital stays and numerous medical tests. The impact on the family has been huge, which we heard throughout the day. When you have a sick child, you are an alien. You feel unseen, and every milestone, every holiday, every typical simple pleasure of childhood is marked by either complete absence or panicked vigilance. Then Ross, who has 14-year-old son Henry. Henry has multiple seizures at night that impact his energy the following day. He has issues with sleep, behavior, dysautonomia, gait, and other things. We're crushed when Henry is too tired and too groggy from the rescue medications and or disrupted sleep to make it through the school day. We heard from Pei, whose daughter Leanne is now 18. She says that behavior problems are the biggest challenge in their family. Leanne does not adapt to change and emotionally and physically shuts down when confronted with changes in her environment. She also takes a long time to respond to questions, which causes some social issues. We heard from Sarah, who bravely shared her story about her son, AJ, that died at the age of 8 after an extended episode of seizures that did not resolve. AJ had multiple types of seizures. Seizure triggers required them pacing, opening gifts like at Christmas and birthdays, and he had to wear an ice vest when the weather was warm. She says, our generalized seizures were so resistant to typical interventions like Ativan or Diastat that we carried a handwritten note from our neurologist to start with propofol, an anesthetic that required intubation preparations to protect his airway. And then in the morning, finally, we heard from Barbara, whose son Jake has lived with Dravet for 26 years. He's had seizures with periods of being seizure-free and has had numerous hospitalizations. He did need to have a feeding tube placed at age 10 due to problems with aspiration and lost the ability at age 15 to walk. And he's got issues with slowed motility, sleep disruption, kidney stones, urine retention, mood swings, and autonomic storms. She said Dravet does not get easier with age. In fact, it gets harder. People identified many problems related to Dravet, including the top 3 most troublesome symptoms of seizures, status epilepticus, developmental delay, and speech and language impairment. Dravet is progressive and can have sudden changes in symptoms. Everyone reported that dealing with Dravet is a daily battle and that they worry about how their child's going to be cared for as they grow older. In the afternoon, we moved to perspectives on Dravet treatments. We heard from Morgan, whose son Shane is 9. They enrolled Shane in a clinical trial that had side effects of triggering a seizure with each blood draw. They had to fly across the country on the trials to the new trial site, and Shane had numerous seizures during the flight. We heard from John, whose 18-year-old daughter Charlotte needed treatment for life-threatening status epilepticus while she was an infant. She currently takes 3 FDA-approved meds, and he hopes that potential endpoints are developed to help improve broader quality of life in Dravet kids. Gloria has a 9-year-old daughter, Grace, and enrolled her in a clinical trial that had good results. Another medication they tried, though, changed her behavior, and the transition caused weight fluctuations, sleep problems, and balance issues. She says, how do you decide that watching your child have seizures is better than the choice you've made to try a new medicine? Kate is a mom to 10-year-old Morgan, who's had challenges with seizure control. She needs lots of different medical equipment, including a transport wheelchair, a seating system, toileting chair, and they've had to convert bathrooms to being handicapped accessible. She gets PT, OT, speech and language therapy, medic therapy, and vision therapy. And hippotherapy with horses has really helped her with gait and balance. And lastly, we heard from Michael, who has a 4-year-old son named Malcolm. Their treatment team includes neurologists, a dietitian, a pediatrician, an allergist, an otolaryngologist. Changing meds can take months, she said, to titrate the new dose and wean off of the old meds. And one change made him extremely sensitive to light, where he had to start wearing glasses and use blackout curtains. We heard consistently that even though there are several approved seizure meds and we've got the ketogenic diet available, there continues to be a great unmet need for people living with Dravet. Many families have to change medications as over time the old ones become ineffective, and the drugs have many challenging side effects. And overall, people would be willing to participate in research and would really like to see more effective disease-modifying treatments. So at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Veronica from the Dravet Syndrome Foundation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that summary, Larry. This meeting has provided so much firsthand insight into the many impacts of Dravet syndrome directly from those living with it. I want to take a moment to thank the FDA for your support of patient-focused drug development and to all the staff from the FDA that are in attendance today. I want to especially thank Will Llewellyn from the FDA, who helped guide DSF through the process of developing this meeting. And I also want to thank Dr. Michelle Campbell, who provided that perspective on the value of the patient voice in regulatory decisions at the FDA. Also, thank you to Dr. Joseph Sullivan from UCSF for providing the clinical overview of Dravet syndrome. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for all of your work helping with the meeting, and to James Valentine and to Larry Bauer and to the DSF staff who worked really hard in planning this meeting. I want to thank all of our supporters and partner organizations and say a special thank you to the meeting sponsors, Encoded Therapeutics, Stoke Therapeutics, Zogenix, ASI, Biocodex, Jazz Pharmaceuticals, and Takeda. And of course, we really particularly want to thank the families that are navigating life with Dravet syndrome and that shared their experiences in so many ways today. Your input was invaluable to the success of this meeting. A reminder that the Voice of the Patient report will be developed from today's meeting to be shared publicly and with the FDA. The recording from today's meeting will be available on the DSF website, which is www.gervaisfoundation.org. And the web link to submit comments for the report will be open for another 30 days until March 4th. So please consider submitting additional comments, and those will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. Thank you, everyone. We really know that positive impacts of this meeting will be felt for many years to come.